And welcome back to Icewind Dale Rime of the Frostmaiden. The Icewind trekkers last session managed to make it all the way across the tundra, visiting a few towns along the way. Spellix is researching some of the books you found in the Spire of Netheril and picked up some supplies, checked in with the Ramshackle Inn, now called the Gavian, and you met up with Velin Harple, who has accompanied you towards Revel's End, the prison, hoping to find 607. But alas, sounds like he's already moved on. He and Avarice got some information from a prisoner known as Valish Gant. He alone is apparently the only lead as to the whereabouts of this ancient Netherese city hidden beneath the glacier. And after a difficulty trying to question them, you actually managed to appeal to the warden's other side. Seems like the warden has almost either a split personality or they're possessed by some sort of drunken dwarven spirit. But Barry and David managed to beat them in a drinking competition, and as a winner, you got to re-question the prisoner 237. He eventually cracked and told you the location, an entrance at the end of a long, winding river that leads directly into the Reged Glacier or below it. Unfortunately, he didn't spill all the beans. Some sort of key is required to open this door, so to speak, and he didn't tell that to 607 and Avarice, so they may be just waiting out there, who knows. In order to get the key, you're going to need to travel through the sea of moving ice. And he said that you need him in order to get this. And that's where we left off. Guys are still in Revel's End, deliberating rather, what to do next. Whether to break this guy out or force his information some other way. We'll jump in with David though, because whilst the commotion was going on, he managed to head upstairs with the warden towards their room. Let's see where they are. She is practically passed out drunk from this ordeal.
Yeah,
She was already hungover before. And now she's absolutely trashed. She's laid down on the bed. She has like a sick bucket by her side.
Sick
And
bucket.
there's two guards. One of them's in the room with you. And another one is posted outside.
Chance
You
of
can
me
just hear the
getting.
kind of low moaning of her.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. No chance of me getting some alone time here. I can maybe help her out, talk her through some stuff, but I have a feeling she's not going to want to be chatty if you're around. You can stick it. You can go on the other side of the door. You can wait outside. I promise I won't do anything harmful.
Your promise isn't really enough. I don't even know who you are. This is the warden.
David,
She's clearly not even conscious enough to answer questions right now.
I can help with that.
How so?
I can heal people a little bit, so maybe I can do something to help with her condition. Huh?
Roll me
No?
a persuasion check.
Oh, okay.
If you're going to heal her, then do it.
Fine. Warden, I need you to send this guy away. So can you start feeling better for me, please? And I'm gonna cast Healing Word at first level. Give her 9 points of. Hopefully, is that anything
He isn't injured,
better?
but
Better?
um, she just rolls around in the bed going, oh. She is still inebriated and completely drunk. In other words, she has the
Ah,
poison condition.
I can't
But
remove the poisoning condition. I'm not a. Yeah, if our cleric was here, she might be able to do something with this, but no, it's just right. Huh.
well, she seems like she's just gonna need to rest this off. Like we've dealt with this a number of times. All right, she gets
You
blackout
have?
drunk, passes out in her room, and when she comes to, she either has no recollection of what's going on, or she just pushes on throughout the day, a little bit hungover. But it's really nothing to worry about.
How long does it usually take her to rest up and get back to normal?
Can depend. A few hours maybe. I
Ah.
mean, how long does it take you to recover after a night out?
Oh, I heal. Well, night out drinking. I do better than most people, I think. So
Hmm,
like 25, 30 minutes.
all right for some.
Yeah. How about you? What's
Well, I'm
your
usually done for the day, but I haven't gone
oh
drinking in a long time since
uh
taking up this work. Don't really get much
oh
time to go wild.
really? I figure you'd have plenty of days where it's just nothing to do but drink the night away. You know, off shift and maybe day off the next day and just nothing to do. Nowhere to go. Right? Can't
I
go into
would, but
town.
most of the supply is already drunk.
Right? You guys just don't have a lot of fun up here. Is that what you're missing?
Fun.
You're missing fun. Some way to, well, a way to relax, right? Or you're so uptight. You got a way to let loose, play some games, do something. You know, there's tons of
We
snow
work in a
outside. You guys could build some snowmen, have snowball fights with the other guards.
we work in a
Yes,
prison.
yes, that doesn't mean you can't have fun. The prisoners are all locked up. I'm not saying to let the prisoners loose. Well, what if you let one loose and it was like first guard to catch him again gets the prize or something? No, that wouldn't really work out because then what if the prisoner kills you or something? Uh, maybe best not
He
to let
kind
the
of
prisoners. Yeah,
smirks and then says, "You're funny."
I tend to be. Yes. Put people at ease. That's what I try to do.
Hmm.
I'm
Well,
serious. You guys need some fun. If everybody's up here and it's just work, 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 and gloom, 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 and all serious, no fun, something bad's gonna happen, right?
something bad? What do you mean?
I don't know. Everybody's so wound so tight, somebody's gonna snap, right? You need that release.
Hmm.
I'm saying there's winter sports you can do. Go exercise. Go cross country skiing for an afternoon. Play some cards. I saw them playing cards downstairs a little bit, but you know, can't be serious all the time. Even the warden
Hmm.
lets loose, so to speak.
I guess. Uh, just there's not that much to do, and there's not
It-
you can't really go too far
Make
from
make
our
your own
post.
entertainment. There's all
Well,
kinds of
well,
contraband you pull off the prisoners, or people coming in trying to sneak them out, or trying to sneak things in. It's got to be game. There's
I'm
games aplenty.
not sure how the warden would appreciate that, but I get the sentiment.
On your off time, not while you're working, away from things.
Even then, using the contraband for recreational activities, it
Never know what kind of good contraband they're gonna have.
uh,
Could be all kinds of stuff.
hmm,
I mean, like this playing cards. I have playing cards here. I came by
do
these cards. I wished them into existence, literally.
that's quite the story.
Said, "Hey, I need some
Mind if I have
playing
a look?
cards." Yeah, here, take them. They're nothing, they're just regular deck cards. Except that they were wished into existence. So I was sitting there, and I was guarding something with a friend, and we were like, hey, we're going to get bored, so we need some cards, and we wished the cards into existence. That's what you need to do. You need to wish your fun into existence, my friend.
As well, he looks over to the bed. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a game, a few hands or two while we wait for her to come around.
Apparently, we have a bit of time. There's a table there. Pull it up. You can make sure I'm not doing anything stupid. And once she's ready to talk, I'll have a quick conversation with her.
Okay, give me the performance check, I guess, with your cards. It's just to see how the time goes. You keep this guy entertained long enough. He doesn't seem to see you as a threat, and he's quite comfortable in your company for the most part. Occasionally, the guard at the door will kind of check in, see that you're just playing cards and clearly waiting for the warden to wake up. Just ask, like, is she doing any better? No, still asleep. All right. And anyway, whilst you guys are waiting for the warden to finally wake up, what are the rest of you guys doing? You're outside in your tiny huts, aren't you? Oh,
Yep.
No, you're not. You're inside.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. You were just. We just finished talking with the prisoner. So Barry, if do you want to report back what you've got, the information?
Yeah, I'll report back. I don't really know if we can get any more information out of him. Tried twice now. Seem to have got a bit more in terms of we have the location of where 607 and Avarice has gone, but they can't get in without the key. But it doesn't seem like he won't tell us where the key is, but it's like there's something else to it. Like, for us to get the key, he needs to be there for some reason. As if to say, like, we could find the key ourselves by chance, but we won't be able to get it without him somehow. Is the vibe I was getting.
That's what I would say if I were a prisoner, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, y'all might be able to do it, but you can do better if I'm here.
well,
I
the
mean,
issue is, it's not in the Dale, is what seemed to be the case, and it's not like we've got any way for him to point us to it.
I guess I'm worried that we're being used.
Yeah.
That this is a long con. He's had months or years or however long he's been here to sit here and think of a way if a bunch of stupid, adventurers wander through. How to
Well,
get him out.
there's one way to find out if that is the case. Well, two ways technically, but one way that doesn't involve breaking him out of prison or getting him out. We could just go to the location where he says the door is and see if the door is locked. And if it is, then come back. That's a hell of a travel for confirmation, but...
Yeah,
The question I have is how does he know what the key is? And why is
Mhm.
he the only one who knows it? Like, this is a mysterious thing. How did he get this information in the first place?
Excellent question.
I want to know how he knows. I mean,
Yeah.
he could be just lying to us.
That is true. I mean, he, from what we understand, actually Belen's with us, right, as well, at this point?
Villain.
That-
Yeah, she's around.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does mention Well, Valish has been in Icewind Dale for a lot longer than any of the other Arcane Brotherhood. Now, if he got to a position of power, then he likely had a lot of contacts. Using those contacts, he must have acquired the information.
Yes. I mean,
He was originally sent here to find the actual entrance, but seems like he got a little bit sidetracked.
huh. And it seems odd that Auril would only be able to block the land path to get in. If she's blocking, why would, like, if you can still get in by boat, then what's the point in blocking the land path? Unless she has
What do
blocked
you
this.
mean there?
Well, he seemed to suggest that the only way to get to wherever this key is by boat. And
Right.
seemingly they can still get prisoners in by boat, I think.
Uh-huh.
So that means you can still...
With difficulty.
But that would still mean that you can leave the Dales by boat, but you can't by land? It just seems an odd choice for Auril to block off the land route and not the sea route.
Not all ships have made it.
Ah, so
Quite
it's
so
more of a
easily.
dangerous route. And
likewise, I have heard of people making it into Icewind Dale
but not making it
through
out.
land, but equally as many have failed.
Huh.
It stopped
His
trade, that's certainly.
speciality is abjuration magic, right?
That's right.
So maybe it's either protected by some powerful abjuration magic, or maybe we need a powerful abjuration mage to make it through the storm to get there. Possibilities.
He does know his way around all kinds of locks.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that he'd be locked up and unable to get out.
It's
Ironic in a way. Mm-hmm. But
indeed.
If we need to get a boat, then it's possible that those who sail about in the Sea of Moving Ice might have some knowledge of an area where maybe they can't go for some reason, or are unable to get near.
Hello,
Well, the only boats.
When y'all were coming up here and y'all were sailing up here, were you intentionally coming up here? Or did y'all get swept off course somehow?
We were coming up deliberately, but we didn't realize how bad it would be. I mean, the Sea of Moving Ice, the whole point of it is that you can't, there's no path. There's no steady route because it changes all the time with the ice. So you need to be really on your guard. And if half of the ships that come up here don't survive, well, I don't know. I'm in awe that people are even still coming up here. This is way too dangerous.
Yeah, it's like if you sent a caravan and over half of them just disappeared, that's a huge investment in time and resources. I don't know how much it costs to build a ship, but it can't be cheap.
No.
The Lord's Alliance, I believe the Lord's Alliance have these massive hulls that have enough of a power to break the ice. Nothing like that in 10 towns, of course, but they're sturdy ships, but they're the only ones I know who are actually capable of perhaps breaking up some of these icebergs and sheets of ice. Otherwise, most of them are just going to get stuck out there.
Yes. Ideally, if we can't get him out, or we're not going to get him out, we need someone who has a more intensive knowledge of the Sea of Moving Ice than any of us have. Which, possibly, those whalers that we saw, we could go speak to them. Because they're at least going out into the Sea of Moving Ice to some extent. Or if this Anger Duke's Bell place is also, from what that frost giant was said, some sort of port. There might be something there, maybe maps of the area, possibly. Because the frost giants would know the Sea of Moving Ice probably better than anyone. There might be some remains of information there.
It's a shame that he's not one of David's skulls. David could just question him at will.
Yes, but I think with that, even then, there's no guarantee that what they'll say will be the truth. I don't know for certain how that spell works. But, actually, Velen, you an expert in necromancy, how does that spell work if you speak with the dead?
It does not force anyone to answer truthfully, nor does it force them to answer at all. It is simply a spell that allows talk with the dead. They're willing to answer, they may. But you can only ask up to 5 questions.
Yes. The other issue of going on to the Sea of Moving Ice in any way is there's that white dragon, there's no guarantee that they won't decide to swoop over and say hi. Or that giant ice crab.
The White Reaper?
Yes.
Sailors here have said that there is potential sightings of being pursued by an iceberg. Just another danger to add to the list for boats trying to get in.
Which gives us more reason to... You're a very powerful wizard, Velen. I know it's a different specialty, but is Valish, more powerful in his specialty than you are in yours, if that makes sense? I know...
No, I would say the Arcane Brotherhood recruits of equally talented folk.
Okay.
Certainly, when we were told to come here, we were all of equal standing as well. We were supposed to be a team, of course, but people seem to think of themselves as better than others.
Yes.
Aelin, if we weren't here, what would you be doing right now?
If you were not here, I suppose I would be looking at trying to find out more about this. Actually, I know what I'd be doing. I'd be tracking down Nass. Nass Lantimir is another one of our brotherhood, and she stole Professor Scant. And they're very knowledgeable on Netherese ruins. They, in fact, have an extensive library of different information on the arcane, ancient civilizations, and the like.
Yes. I've not seen hide nor hair of Nass in our travels across the Dales.
As have I. No sign of them.
It was just maybe there's somewhere that we haven't been. We've been to most of the towns.
But we haven't asked after her.
Not specifically, no.
But that's that's what I would be doing if you wasn't here. I'd be asking around the 10 towns as to her location or if anyone's seen her.
I mean, I could send Steve back to the 10 towns to inquire. See if any of the speakers
We could even ask around here as well.
Yes. I mean, are we actually still in the prison at this point, or are we outside? I forget.
I figure Barry just came out of the cell and you're talking right outside the cell.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna call in to Valish and just be like, Valish, just because you've had one visitor, you've not had Nas come visit you as well, have you? Or had any contact with them?
He still a bit sheepish after Barry had a stern word with them. And he says, Nas? Oh. That little weasel harboring girl. No, she has not come by here.
Okay.
It's likely that she already has all the information she needs from
Yes,
the
from
professor.
Scant.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whilst we're waiting on David, I might as well head outside and send Steve back to Lonelywood at least, and
All right.
see, and basically just have like a letter which I'll tie to them, basically, to the speaker, essentially requesting with a description of Nas, any information they may have on them, and also any information they may have on anyone who might have expertise or knowledge of the Sea of Moving Ice, as well as asking them to then feed Steve and then send him on to the next town, and he's just going to go town to town. It might take a little bit.
Okay.
But he's a flying snake, and he's literally designed for messaging.
Okay.
And I keep forgetting I even have him, so it's never have lost him if he's not back for a while.
She also, Valin says, Nas Lantimir was never meant to be part of our expedition, but I believe she must have somehow caught wind of it, and rather than go through the official channels, she followed us to Icewind Dale. She caught up to us in Bryn Shander. That's when she made her presence known, claiming that she was sent by her master to aid the expedition with her divinations. Of course, egos and frayed nerves caused our group to split up shortly thereafter, with each wizard determined to succeed alone. And during the night, that's when she stole Professor Scant.
Okay. In fact, even better than writing a description, I'm going to imbue the paper using magical tinkering. So once they've read the note on the back, it's going to have like a static visual effect of what Nas looks like. Because I've seen Nas before, so I should be able to do that. Almost like a wanted poster.
Okay. Let me see if I can give you some art of real quick. Nah. Yeah, here we go. This would be nice.
Definitely not someone I recognise.
I think she normally has a big pair of glasses. Maybe her hair is normally darker than that. But you know what? That'll do for now. It's got her weasel pet, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's got an animal companion.
Mm-hmm. That'll be her familiar.
Hmm.
She keeps a little weasel. I forgot what name it goes by.
Why does
Oh, yeah.
Why does
I
white
remember. It's
weasel?
named Zelenor.
Why does a white weasel ring a bell for some reason?
Because one of the Frost Druid had one.
Yes, that's probably it.
Mm-hmm.
But I doubt unless she's a frost druid in disguise. That would be really annoying. But yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm just worried about her
Alright,
being
so
very inadequately dressed. No
she's got
gloves.
some.
She's wearing a skirt.
She specializes in divination magic, so she can probably be prepared for the weather more readily than most because she'll be able to see it coming. Again, powerful tool.
Speaking
Alright.
of which, what is the weather like outside the prison? And I think that we should move this away from everybody else because I'm sure
Yeah.
we're attracting quite a crowd right now.
9. Okay. Okay. It's still heavy snow at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can go outside. I'll just take you there. Back to your tiny hut, if you wish. You can recast the spell and have you all be inside. Anything you
Yes.
guys want to do over the next couple of hours while you're waiting for David?
We'll check on the axe beaks, of course. You know, they probably need to be fed and cared for. And, you know, Bits probably needs a good walk. So I'd say care for the animals for Ashanti.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Skrapp is probably going to be mostly working on like some blueprints for designs, but I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would be wanting to do with everything. I might just continue reading as best I can Dazan's spellbook just to see if there's any more information in there that might be of help. Actually, wait a minute. We're near the sea, aren't we?
Yes.
I'm gonna go fishing.
What?
I mean,
With my magical
sure.
fishing
Why?
hook. With my magical fishing hook, so I can get a magical fish.
Uh,
All right. Fair enough.
I've got nothing better to do for the night.
Don't go by yourself.
I'm only round the
Bits
corner.
needs a walk anyway, so
Yeah.
come on, Bits. Come on, girl.
And
So around the
Skrapp
back
is
of the prison,
yeah.
there's this massive lift, and you
Yep.
can get inside. The guards will operate it for you if you wish. And they'll lower you down.
Where's
Yes.
Skrapp?
Skrapp went all the way around the prison. Skrapp will be intensely looking at the mechanism of this because for two reasons: one, intense curiosity, and two, if we're going to break them out, this may need to be the way we come out by. So it'd be good to know how it works.
Sure.
Right.
Okay then.
I'd like to catch up with Skrapp. I just can't tell where she went.
At the back of the prison, right at the back. So you see this sturdy wooden scaffold clings to the 160-foot high cliff separating the prison from the pier. And looming above the scaffolding is a wooden crane that is controlled from a separate area, which this guard has to go inside to operate. So he
Okay.
goes back inside, and you see that perhaps maybe like a small window from this hatch here where he seems to be
Yeah.
operating it. The crane
Okay.
raises and lowers an elevator car that has a retractable wooden gate on the side opposite the crane. The elevator car is a hollow wooden cube measuring 10 foot on a side, and it takes about 1 minute for the car to travel all the way up or down the scaffolding.
Okay.
Okay.
Skrapp's just gonna spend the next until they're needed, just spend probably the time fishing and maybe chatting to this one guard who's also on the thing, probably try to make friends even though
Yeah.
they're terrible at it.
You sure? There is a knight out here. And
Yes, so Skrapp would just be sitting on like the edge here and just be like, so, I'm Skrapp, by the way, with the Icewind Trekkers. This is Ashanti and Bits. Who are you?
didn't ask.
I'm
He
just
says
trying to make...
quite rudely.
Do you see much fishing around here? I mean, I imagine you're
No,
more...
nor do I care for fish.
Oh, really? What sort of things do you like to eat?
More like meat, steak.
Do you like a good bit of steak? Yeah. Fortunately, you can't fish up steak.
No, it appears you cannot. This place is miserable to work in.
Not a native then.
No. Can't wait to get out of this place.
Yeah.
When the next boat arrives, I'm out of here. Back to Luskin.
When you're expecting the next ship, I assume they send word ahead, I guess. Or is it more just as and when?
Should be arriving in a few days. He kind of looks over towards you, almost maybe trying to be deliberately vague with the information, as it's more of a security reason.
I mean, that's fair. I'm still amazed that any ships can even make it through. I've been trying to rack my brains on how exactly you design a ship to get through.
Or make it back, for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, make it here is one thing, making it out again's another thing entirely. You heard the rumours of the White Reaper?
Yes, I have. It's probably what claimed the last boat that departed here.
Yeah.
Because there was no word of their arrival back in, I believe, Weep. Though... Actually, I don't think they were even supposed to be heading to Weep. They had some other destination in mind, but... exploring some nearby island or something.
Oh, interesting. Nearby... There are islands out here? I imagine that's possible. Is anyone who'd know more about that? I'm kind of just curious about the Sea of Moving Ice in general.
Possibly the Warden?
It's always the Warden. I don't know, she just... No offense, she just strikes me as a bit of a interesting type. I'm not quite sure how to feel about her, you know? Sure, she does a good job, but...
It's not the only thing out there as well.
Oh, really?
There's also pirates.
Yeah. Well, yeah. They're always a problem. I mean, I suppose, Ashanti, deal with pirates of the land. I suppose you just call them bandits, I guess, but unless they've got land ships, that would be kind of cool. A boat that goes on land as well as sea. Not quite sure how that would
roll
work,
me
but now
over the next couple of hours, you can roll me a d20 and see what fish you pull up.
Okay, D20. It's a 9. I get food for a day's worth of nourishment.
Nice. Well, yeah, there we go.
Hmm.
Tasty fish.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Then we will jump back to David. You see the warden is finally stirring. Oh, you can hear her saying, "My head. Feels like I entered a dwarven drinking competition."
Well, you kind of did. Dwarf, and me.
What? What are you doing in my quarters?
Waiting for you to wake up.
Oh yeah, this is David. He was making sure you were healthy, I think.
Trying to make sure
Well,
you're
I'm not
okay.
injured.
Then we can. Well, we realize you're not injured. You were just sick from the drink. So we took you home for a rest.
I can assure you, I would have never agreed to such a stupid idea.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, though, isn't it? You wouldn't have agreed to that, but somebody else might have.
Flax.
That what their name is, Flax, huh?
Yes.
And
I
who
suppose
exactly
the secret is out.
Yes, the secret's quite out.
Me and
Flax, and how
Blacksbrawn
did you?
Anvil go back a long way. We used to be adventurers together. And, well, our luck finally ran out. And I was unable to save them from a certain deadly encounter. And I bear the weight of their sacrifice.
And now Flax lives inside your head, part time, full time,
Full time.
and takes over every once in a while.
Yes.
How'd that happen?
Well, she's a good friend, and I didn't want to lose all contact with her. So I let her occasionally take over my body. Sometimes I don't have control over it. She sort of picks and chooses when. But she has no respect for the ongoings here in the prison. But I've grown accustomed to my personality changes, as have the Absolution Council members. The guards know what's going on.
They seem to be trying to hide it from us at first. Seemed
Well,
embarrassed by it, to be frank.
Yes, I'd rather not everyone know about that particular secret.
Oh. We don't want that getting out. Maybe you can do something for us.
What? You're going to blackmail me?
Not blackmail you. Just asking for a favor in return for another.
What do you want? Gold? As she says this, she actually looks over towards a large chest in the corner of the room.
I look at the chest for a few seconds.
How about I just pay you to keep your mouth shut?
That lacks the integrity that I'm looking for. See, we're trying to help the situation out here for the people of the 10 towns, my people. And part of that seems to be that we need information from one of your prisoners down there, the gentleman we were talking to earlier. I think you remember. You may have been in
Prisoner
control for part of that.
Yes.
Yes. He's told us some information, but not everything we need to get what we want. And if you could convince him to give us the rest of it, then I'll consider the matter settled. Debt paid. I won't tell a soul.
How do you expect me to do that?
I don't know. You have information on him. You have your ways.
My ways? We just lock them up. We don't torture them.
Listen, I need to know what information he has about some magic key.
Magic key? Look, you're asking the wrong people here.
Did I ask Flax?
Law-abiding members of the Lord's Alliance. This kind of thing is unsavory.
I'm not saying to release the prisoner. Not at all. Flax agreed that we could do like a fake breakout sort of thing. They seemed into that one. I don't care either way as long as we get the information.
Fake breakout.
Yeah. Yeah.
That. Roll me a persuasion check, David.
I'm gonna add on to that. Hold on. Knowledge of the past. I can add a d6. That makes it a 19.
She does seem to be mulling it over. She doesn't completely shut down the idea initially. There's a worry. As soon as he comes out of that cell, well, he'll have access to magic again, and he's not going to want to leave without his items, spell book, spell casting focus, etc.
We carry the spell book, spell casting focus, and bound his arm, so he couldn't do the somatic components. He'd be limited to verbal. Still able to cast some things, probably, but much more limited.
You would still have to agree to that.
Yeah. And you can have some of your guards. I looked at the guy I've been playing cards with. Maybe they'll have some fun trailing us and tailing us, and they get to capture an escaped criminal.
Yes, you're also asking me to risk him escaping fully.
Yes. It is a risk. Certainly. That's why I'm asking for your permission. If you say no, if you think this is not the way to go, I'll return to my companions. I'll say you refused, you would not budge, and I won't press you any further. I'm not here to make enemies with you. I want to make friends. I actually am very curious also as to, you said Flax was going to die in some sort of situation. I'm very curious to know how they ended up in your brain, spirit coexisting with yours in your body, able to take it over. Because I've heard of some things happening with a few members of the party, and I am one to commune with the dead, so to speak. So that is of interest to me. On a personal level, though. Professionally, I need information about a key. Where to find it, how to access it, and how to use it.
Well, she looks over towards the chest again. If we're going to do this, she unlocks it. Going to need to take every measure to prevent him getting away. And she pulls out a very unique looking wand. It looks like a chain with some sort of skull at the end of it. And she tucks this wand into her leather jerkin. It's a wand of binding. May help hold him if he tries to escape.
Good. I can help.
Also, whilst I guess you're in the room, you do notice there's probably a large sack of gold in there as well. Give me a perception check as well. You see, the chest also seems to hold a set of calligrapher's supplies as well. That's
Not
all
paying
you see.
attention that much to that, I think, with that roll. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah.
Oh, that's not a success. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
no, I'm just telling you something that is mundane that is in there, rather than the thing that you could have spotted. But anyway, so yeah, that's it. Yeah. So the warden says,
Shall we go inform the others before we come up with a more solid plan than we usually do, considering who this is and what they may be capable of?
Yes, let's talk to the others. She
Well,
drinks another sip of water and has the several guards accompany her as well.
okay.
This is going to look
Back
very
to-
bad. Okay, so she makes it all the way downstairs. You guys outside, you're requested by the guards to enter and meet everyone in a small meeting room.
Well, Skrapp, did you catch anything?
Yeah, I caught a fish. It's a magic fish.
Oh, I'm outside, I think. How did I get outside?
What can we do with the
Wrong door.
magic fish?
I mean, it gives you enough nourishment to last 24 hours, so.
Cool.
No. Plus, it killed some time and got some information, so.
Yeah, I was trying not to interrupt because it looked like you had a plan and were executing to your plan.
Yeah, I mean. It also going round that side got me some information on. Well, how the mechanism for that elevator works, because we probably need to know that for any potential future things with this. I was hoping I'd get. I'm sure that this fishing rod can get me other fish, but I only seem to have, so far have got Barry's fish and this one type of fish. Actually, no, I think I got the stinky fish at one point.
Good news, everyone.
I caught a fish.
I caught a warden.
Ah, nice.
Both
Caught
wardens
warden.
have now agreed to our plan, which we should close the door for. Fake breakout.
Oh, really? Wow.
Okay, we're going with that.
Yes, we're going with the fake breakout. Guards will be informed. Warden's informed. We have permission. We just can't let this guy actually escape, we need to get the information and get him back here. Preferably before we get on any kind of boat, I think.
It's whether he'll give us the information at all as we're leaving, because he seemed to give the impression of, I need to be there in order for you to get there, sort of thing.
That's the
Maybe if
impression
we
that I got as well.
Maybe if somebody's smart, they can coax it out of him. Get clues. One of you guys have been talking to him. Is he friendly with any of you?
I mean, he's scared of Barry.
Yeah, not me.
Okay.
He probably doesn't trust Ashanti, or thinks Ashanti's slightly insane.
Right, okay. So it's you and Hulla, maybe?
Probably sees me as a bit of a weak sort, considering how bad my intimidation attempts on him went, so...
That could play into our favor, though.
Yes, he'd at least be friendly.
Friendly, overconfident, knows he can take you, or thinks he can take you.
Yeah. I mean, the fake breakout is one thing, but if he doesn't give us the information, then it's... I'm wondering if it's worth, and if we can, take him with us, but under some form of lock and key to get us to the location, then we just bring him back after. Because I don't know how much information he'll give until he's free and home.
But like you said, he might be cagey.
Now, what... The information he's given so far suggests that wherever what we need to find, we need to go by boat. So if we can get a boat ready at the dock for part of the breakout attempt, and if we can't get the information by the time he's on the boat, maybe we can, or getting to the boat, maybe we can give a signal, and then we just take him with us, I guess, but under lock and key.
Or can any of your guards turn invisible, or do you have a means to turn them invisible? Maybe be on the boat already.
We do not. Oh wait, I can. Yes.
You can.
But
the rest of them.
But it only
and
lasts
you
a
have.
minute.
You also have something kind of special in your armory, right?
We
a guest?
have
Another guest?
We have a particular aberrant guard. Yes.
Yes. Could they be of any assistance?
Not sure how you all knew that, but kind of looks at you questioningly.
Oh yeah. You told us.
Well,
they could be of assistance. Yes. Where would you want them positioned?
Don't know.
On the boat?
What are their capabilities, I suppose? I'm not familiar with their kind.
You can see on her expression she hates the idea of using the spectator.
Yeah, they usually just like to watch.
That thing is nowhere near as powerful as a real beholder. Nor even as close to its deadliness.
What an idea. What if rather than a fake breakout, because honestly that's, if they even get close, that's not going to do the reputation of the prison as much good, potentially, or if he actually succeeds, that's not great. What if we have it as a fake prison transport, so we're taking him somewhere somehow worse?
I don't know think of anywhere worse than Revel's End. This is the most high security, miserable prison in the most
Well-
isolated location in all of the land.
Well,
That
what
also
about...
reminds me, you should have like a games day for your guards. Let them enjoy themselves a little bit. Just a
What
thought.
about an island out in the tundra somewhere, so there's no chance of escape? Then he'd be isolated as well as... Because at least here he, I would assume, at least has the opportunity to talk to others, and they say solitary confinement is one of the worst things, the isolation. I'm just trying to think of... I'm trying to think of ways to get him out in without it being too convoluted.
There is an island. There's loads of islands, in fact. So whether they would have, I'm not sure. Whether they would accept kind of prisoners, or if they would believe that they would. But it's mostly a dwarf settlement.
Oh.
Oh, we're good with dwarves?
Yeah.
Is that the island where one of the recent ships was meant to go but never arrived?
She says no, that was a separate island. She says what I was referring to was, let me just check. Yes. It was an island called Host Tower. Oh, no, that's not it. Shit. Let me just bring up the map of Icewind Dale. It's going to be easier. A proper map. Not these small, tiny ones. Yeah, Icewind Dale isn't, like, fully shown on this map. It's only, like, a section of Icewind Dale, I'll be honest. It's actually hard to find a full map of it. I'm actually better off going to the Sword Coast. The Cold Run and Ice Peak. Orilsaberry, I think. So look at Sword Coast map. So this isn't, of course, all that terribly important, but it's actually mentioned in the Crystal Shard as well. But yeah, there was a massive island out to the west, and it has. I'm pretty sure it was a dwarf settlement, and they have like their own business over there, similar to how the dwarves of the Dwarven Valley kind of operate. And we used to have a port by the name of Iron Master, and that's far off to the west as well. But in any case, we could say that they're going there, whether they believe it or not. Not sure. After all, they've been rotting away in this prison for several years already. Their sentence was supposed to be carried out here. It would be a little bit suspect that they're suddenly being transferred.
Yes.
Whereas agreeing to an escape would be more expected, I guess.
Well,
because they're the only lead you have.
Well, if I'm just thinking, what if the idea is that we have somehow arranged a prison transfer, we get him onto the ship, and then the plan is to pretend to take over the ship to then go to the correct location. And then we bring him back after.
Hmm.
Because I'm trying to think of a way without pretending that we've, for example, bribed the guards, because as far as I can tell, the elevator system at least can only function from inside. There's no outside way to activate that. So we need someone on the inside. So if we have a reason to have him on the ship, and then
I just
that's
don't know
part.
if he would believe that you have the authority to suddenly make a prison transfer on his behalf. It's just all very irregular. This is the worst prison in all of the lands. There's nothing.
Yes,
Nowhere worse
that's
for him to rot.
that's the
Just stick with the
difficulty.
original prison break idea. I think
Yeah,
there's plenty of ways this could work. Causing a distraction. I could put everything on high alert as though there is some other distraction going on elsewhere.
yes. Well, either way, the best way to get him out will be by boat, I think. So we'd need to get a ship ready and get to there, I suppose.
Well, another ship arrives in 2 days.
Okay. So the idea would
Not that we
be
need
to
a ship, but
No. But as part of the plan of the breakout, it would be to sneak him onto that ship. I suppose that would be.
Exactly how are you going to get the information from them, though? Say this all goes ahead. At what point does he give you the information?
Well, he's an
Get the impression
abjuration.
that he's not gonna give the information as soon as we get out of prison. He's gonna want to
No.
be there right at the gates to give us the key.
But
We'll see. We need to somehow hold him prisoner until we can get all the way across the Dale.
Well,
Is
That
there
is
any
what
other
I.
leverage that we could gain on him? Does he have a favorite pet? You know, I don't mean to sound evil. I just don't know how to
yeah.
deal with somebody who's
Hulla.
not good.
Hulla, what if we can get the right questions to get his mind in the right state, could you try that mind reading thing and see if you can get the answer out that way?
I can try, but it only detects surface thoughts. If there's anything more complex, he's gonna know that we've cast it. That's even assuming I could get through.
But even if we can ask the right questions to at least get the surface forts to give us an idea, like, I'm not going to tell them that the key's on such and such an island as a surface fort, then that could at least give us something. Because currently I feel the only concrete way to get the information is to get him on a boat and get him to whatever location he thinks this key is. But that's taking the prison break to an actual prison break unless the intent is to return him afterwards. Which would be my intent.
The warden says this was supposed to be just a staged break, but what you're suggesting is literally taking him on adventures across the Dale, and that I cannot abide by.
Yes.
He'd be far out of our reach at that point.
Yes.
Hulla, you know you've got something else you can do with that brain slug, yeah?
I've got suggestion, if that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can...
That's a more forceful way of getting the information. In fact, looking at everyone's abilities and everyone's spells, that is your best bet of getting the information. Right, there's nothing nobody else has unless somehow David gets really lucky on a random roll of his table that somehow says charms the person.
Yeah.
Not even Barry, with all of his fey magic, has anything that just charms outright and tells them to do stuff. But suggestion is the one thing that would work in that regard, because it is a spell. You can literally ask someone to do something for you, and they'll do it if they fail the save.
Yeah. But I'll mention that to the others. I can try. They would have to be. I would have to catch them in a moment of weakness.
Well,
and I have a feeling that he's a tough customer, but
lower a save. Bane is one way to do it. That is concentration, I guess.
Yeah.
I have Bane as well.
Oh, good. Okay, because suggestion is a concentration spell.
Yeah. So they would need to first fail against the to improve your chances. They would need to first fail the Bane, and then against your suggestion.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other ways that we've got to lower saves that I can think of.
But you're right in that it would need to kind of also be in a moment where, not just of weakness, but of reasonable sounding course of action. And at the moment, it definitely doesn't sound reasonable to ask them to do it whilst they're within their cell. It kind of makes sense once you get onto the boat kind of deal. Like, oh yeah, now we can set course. Where are we going? And then I suggest you tell us where we go. That kind of thing.
Yes.
That would work.
Well, do you think it would be reasonable enough if we got him onto the boat and we're getting ready to make sail?
Yeah.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
Like
you're charting a course as soon as you're.
Yeah, because if we did the fake prison break and got as far as on the ship and had maybe a few guards waiting with invisibility on, and maybe the spectator with invisibility on.
Yep.
And then they pretend like oh no, the guards were here the whole time.
Yeah.
And then they take over the ship.
Yeah, and then we've got the information. That should work, right? But we need the ship to be here, or we need to get a ship ourselves to get here if we want to do this quicker.
We don't need to have a ship if we're not taking it out of harbor. We don't only need to borrow the ship for a little while. So we would, once the guards who are arriving are off the ship and that ship is temporarily abandoned, the guards from the warden can take over and hide themselves among the rigging and whatnot and
yes, I know it. I know at least that one guard that's on the pier at the moment is going to want to get on that ship. He really doesn't like this place.
I'll inform Sir Kane of what's going on.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So, is that plan okay, Warden? We, I guess, stage some sort of diversion, sneak him out down there.
Yes, I'll announce
get him onto the boat.
There is some sort of commotion happening at the front of the prison. Probably the stable animals. If anything, let's say they've gone out of control and out of their holding. Something spooked them, and it's going to require all the guards to come and rally and basically get a hold of the axe beaks that have gone out of control.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Right, and we just need to be in position, I suppose.
Yes.
I was told a story once that one of the adventurers that we traveled with, he was retired, but they were in a siege, and the siege, the army that was staging the siege was bringing up siege weapons, and they had these ox, and it was late at night, so well, he described it as they gingered up the oxen to make them all break their traces, and I don't know if we would like to use ginger that way, but I have heard of a way of riling up animals really quickly.
We're not actually riling up the animals. We're just going to say
Okay.
that is the reason why I'm having the
Okay.
guards divert that way. Okay. 2 days, the ship will arrive. You can either stay here in the guest quarters or camp outside. Whichever you prefer. I will, by that time, inform every one of the guards of what's going to happen, so that they do not go into a panic. And the Lord's Council members probably have been informed as well by then. Don't want anyone innocent getting in the crossfire. There shouldn't be any fire, however, because you're going to just get the information and then we will step in. And I trust I have your backs on apprehending them without violence. There should be no harm come to the prisoner. I have a wand, and she pulls out her wand of binding. This will paralyze the prisoner 237. Once they're apprehended, we can take their spellbook, focus, and have them in manacles and back in their cell within the minute. Understood?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
It's going to be at least a couple of days, so that gives me time to prepare some stuff myself to...
You was asking about a ship.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, she does mention. There was several sightings of an aurora that seemed to stem from this island, and we sent off a ship to investigate. Perhaps it being some sort of location that was tied to this endless winter, but they never returned.
Interesting.
And served as a lesson not to go into enchanted waters, especially during this endless winter.
Right.
Even if your friend was right in that you need to locate this area via boat, well, what I can tell you is he's been locked up before this winter came upon us. And if he's thinking about sailing off again, well, he would probably share the same fate as those other sailors.
Yes.
Either lost at sea or something else got them.
Possibly the White Reaper.
Possibly. In any case, he is ill-informed about the current environment in which he is surrounded by, seeing as he's been locked up for over 2 years. More than that. I think he's serving his 4th year now. Anyway. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, you got 2 days to spend here, apparently.
Yep.
Villain says, well, that's quite the plan. Let's hope it goes off without a hitch.
Yes. I'm trying to work out what my best way of preparing for this is.
Anybody else want to do anything? Barry? During that time? I know you normally do so. Or even right now?
I don't really know if I've got anything to fix. Maybe I'll do that. Let's have a look. No, I have everything fixed, so it's not like I've got anything to tinker on. Maybe I'll just help Skrapp with some fishing, considering they helped me fish for the ring.
Sure. The guard asks, do you require lodging here in the guest rooms, or are you staying outside?
I mean, I suppose staying inside would make things easier.
It would make things easier, yeah. I could still cast my thing. It would just be less need to do so. Slightly more comfortable, maybe.
If you'd like to follow me, then I'll take you to your quarters. Yeah, you done fucked up there, David.
Oh, was I supposed to be following him? Sorry.
Yeah, I had to create an entire chain. And then you ruined it.
As I do.
Nope. There we go. Yay. Chugga, 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 chugga. Choo choo. Anyway, so yeah, he leads you off to the guest quarters, which are located somewhere down here. What else? You're given your equipment, weapons, etc. as well. So you have all your amenities with you now. And there should be enough room for all of you.
This is going to be a odd question, and I don't mean to be rude, but do you have any part of the area that has rats in it? I have an owl, and she needs to hunt, and we can go outside for voles and other little critters outside, but if y'all have rats, it'll be easier for her to hunt here.
What place doesn't have rats?
Berta?
I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but if could I take her somewhere? I mean, to let her hunt. I mean, she'll be a lot happier if she can hunt inside.
Tell you what. I'll show you to the storeroom. You can hunt in there.
Okay.
So, yeah, you guys can get in your rooms. There you go. Ashanti, you're taking over to this area here. So, supplies are stored here in crates and other containers. At present, the prison has stockpiled enough necessities to continue operations for like at least 6 months, it looks like. And yeah, Andy is free to hunt down any stray rats around here. A guard stays posted on the door though, making sure there's no funny business.
All right. So I would
Fitz is happily sniffing some of the boxes too.
Yeah, I just say Andy hunt.
You can give me just give me a dex check.
Okay.
With their proficiency.
Okay.
So it's D20 plus 3.
All right. So Andy, all right, let's roll. ability check. Normal. Come on, Handy. Oh, good heavens. She missed the first one.
Damn, these prison rats, they know how to sneak past the guards.
Okay, she's gonna try again because she's hungry.
Yeah, I mean, you got 2 whole days here.
That's much better. It's
So like
not the fattest rat in here, but at least she
13.
got something.
Yeah, 13 will get one of them. The others
Mhm.
seem to scurry away into their little holes once they realize there's a predator on the loose.
Okay. Well, she at least got something to eat. That's all that matters. Okay, well, she's got a meal that she can eat right now. So thank you very much. And may I ask your name so I know who to ask if you know, in a few hours when it's time for her to hunt again?
Of course, yes. Private Mahogany. This name.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Private Mahogany. I really, really, really do appreciate it. You know, I have learned so much about snowy owls ever since Andy joined our group. Did,
Hmm.
would you like to hear some of the really cool facts I've learned about snowy owls?
I actually need the privy, so
Okay,
he heads up into
that's fine.
this room.
I get that a lot. People just are not as interested as I am, um, in animal husbandry. But okay, well, I won't keep you from the privy. I know what it's like to really, really, really have to go. So thank you.
All right. Another guard takes over for him instead. The next couple of days, then we can skip over them unless you have anything you want to do. Do you want to fish more, Skrapp?
Yeah, I'll probably fish more. So I'd have eaten the fish on the first day, and then I'd fish the next days.
Yeah, you can roll another 2d20.
Yeah. Well, that's another tasty fish. And that's another tasty fish.
Tasty fish for all. Cool. Barry, you probably end up having more drinking competitions with the warden, unless otherwise.
Yeah,
She'll
sounds
find
good.
you. She'll hunt you
Yeah.
down, knock on your door, and she's got like a bottle of whiskey, and yeah, you shoot the shit, talk some dwarf stuff.
Yeah.
She tells you a little bit about herself, in fact, whilst you're here, and she mentions that. Let's have a look. Where is she? Love God. Where's the warden? Ah, here we go. She mentions after a long night of drinking, perhaps, and maybe you want to be part of this as well, David, because you wanted to ask her about how
Oh yeah, if
the
it's in the
spirit came to
flax.
be inside.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, in another one of these little drinking bouts, she does spill some of the beans, and Vlax tells the story of how they fought against a beholder, and it was hit. They were hit by a disintegration ray. Their body completely vaporized. And in that same moment, the warden was doing everything they could to try and like shield against it, and like a counterspell did nothing to prevent it. But so strong was their bond that, and so terrible was the loss and traumatic in that moment in which their friend was vanished and vanquished before their eyes, that when their spirit was tried to was not, it wasn't taken to be led onto the afterlife. It instead inhabited the nearest individual, which happened to be Warden Martha Marthanis even, and yeah, she gladly accepted it as a chance of perhaps saving her friend, but turns out years later they are still just a spirit possessing them all this time.
If
So
if
she.
if you
Mhm.
tell us this, David, is this something you can help with? Because I know that you talk
I mean,
to
it's something.
spirits.
It's something that I'm curious
Mm,
about. I don't know how it happened or how to do it. So
Can you
to
can you
say it's something,
transfer her friend to one of your skulls and leave the skull with her?
I'm not sure I have the capability to do that. Just at the moment. Um, I
Would she like to live
definitely,
inside a skull? That's the other question.
yeah.
Doesn't sound like a comfortable living. Doesn't sound like living at all.
I just don't know how to. If I can actually do that. It's transferring the spirit from one. Sounds like the magic was pretty potent to begin with. So
Hmm.
I'm not sure this is where I can be of assistance.
Roll me a religion
Hmm.
check.
Who, me?
Yeah. 14. You can use guidance, of course. Oh, nice. 18. Okay. Over the talking over several days with the warden and with Vlax, she often speaks fondly of her home in Gauntlgrim, the dwarven fortress under Mount Hotenow, just near Neverwinter. And she speaks so fondly of it, like, the drinking halls were always alive every night. You think these are small little competitions? We'd have the whole fortress trying to drink each other under the table. They're the best of times. And she speaks so fondly of this place, and that you reckon that the one place that would put her spirit to rest would be in the Brawn Anvil crypts under Gauntlgrim. Only there can the spirit of Vlax's kin perhaps persuade Vlax to join them in the afterlife.
So I'll pass that along in the event that they are so inclined to want to do that. And maybe they enjoy being connected together, but I don't know if it's something that I can personally accomplish. So for better
Well,
or
I
worse.
No.
mean, do they have somebody on staff who might be able to do it? I mean, it doesn't hurt to ask.
Sure,
I mean,
It's the location, not the person.
yeah, it's going there, leaving Revel's End. You know,
hmm.
And if you do relay this information in a moment of sobriety, Warden Marta Malthanis, she shuns the idea, saying, "No, no, no, I couldn't make the journey. I couldn't bear to lose contact with Vlax."
Okay.
I was just trying to
so I
help.
mean, if
But
they enjoy being connected and they don't want to be disconnected, then you know that's not my place to do anything.
but I appreciate the information. If I ever feel ready to let them go and move on, I'll be sure to take a visit there. So thank you.
Okay, how many days are we staying here?
2 days.
Okay, just to let y'all know, snowy owls eat 4 to 7 lemmings a day, so she would have gotten 8 to 14 rats out of the storeroom in this time.
All right, no worries.
Just because if I have to know snowy owl facts for for playing Andy, I just figured this was a good time y'all had to know that too.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure at this point, maybe in the second day, the rats have formed some sort of coalition. And they got like little pots and pans or thimbles as helmets, and they got little crossbows. They're trying to take out Andy, but Bits ends up joining the team. Bits hunts them down as well. Andy and Bits make a great team. They clear out after clearing out the storeroom, they move onto the stables. Hulla, was there anything you want to do during your long rests?
No, I'm just going over the plan, trying to figure out how we're going to manage to make this believable. And fretting just a lot, and trying to steer clear of the guards. Trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible.
If there's any more spells you want to prepare, you can. Otherwise, the brain slug in your mind goes over the finer details on the suggestion spell on how it works exactly, and they're like, it's gotta sound reasonable. So make it sound like, oh yeah, it'll help us help you. Yeah, I suggest you tell us where we're going so that we can start charting a course into the great watery unknown, and then try not to make it sound so easily done in one sentence, because the suggestion spell can last up to 8 hours. So you could say, I suggest you tell us all the details about everything you now know, and since we're on the same team, we just broke you out of prison, risking life and limb. I suggest you tell us everything. That way, we can work together. That kind of thing.
That's very helpful. Well, thank you.
Hmm.
If you have any other tips, handy. This would be the first time I've used this particular spell. So, if there's anything else you can think of to make this little charade a success, I'm listening.
Yeah, just I think if they were baned, it might be easier to warp their mind. So, and anything else that can be used to lower their saving throw might help. Though there are very little mechanics that do that. Usually Mind Sliver, that's a cantrip. Bend Luck, that's a wild mage sorcerer. Damn it, 607, where are you? Other than that...
The Wheel and Woe of Druid. Star Druid.
This Hex only works on checks, but the Goo Warlock, in other words, the Great Old One Warlock, can use it on saves as well. But yeah, it's very far and few between you can get things to be weak on a saving throw. And exhaustion could also help, though. Don't know how you would exhaust them.
No,
how
we would exhaust them in the time that we break them out and the time that we're on the ship.
If we were more powerful, then.
That I'll throw it to the group. Like, is there a way in these 2 days you can get them to be exhausted?
The only way would be to keep them awake, I guess.
Correct. How would you do that then?
Is the prison cell next to them empty? Does the prison cell next to them also have an anti-magic field on it?
Yes.
Okay, that rules out part of my plan. But I suppose providing they don't look like themselves when they walk in. But then that also means that person would have to stay up multiple days. I'm trying to think. Give me a second. I didn't think enough to think of a way to keep someone up. I mean,
Lynn
Skrapp.
says, "Well, I do have an undead kobold."
But if
Maybe
they
we
go
could just
in
get
there,
called in to, like,
won't.
just do a faint knocking or just something annoying enough to keep them awake, like a drip of water.
I mean, Skrapp could probably create like a small mechanical device that you could place in that cell that just like lets out a chime like every like few minutes. And
That's true.
Oh, it irritates me when, like, I think something like a clock ticking, and then it ticks off, like, it's like tick, 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 tick,
yes.
tick.
Ah,
That drives me insane when,
the Lord
that makes me crazy.
Veterinary clock. That could work.
Yes. Mhm.
What?
It'd have to be
Will
something that they would think is normal, right? Like it can't
Will
be
yeah.
something that
Yeah.
would be suggest that something's been planted.
Yeah,
Well,
would
I mean,
A noise or
the
a
undead. But then again, yeah, if I cast, no, I can't cast Alter Self on someone else. I can only cast it on me.
well,
Hmm.
but if we put you in the prison cell, I mean, could you do it? Could you,
I could easily
make it
make the noise.
right? Exactly. Like it's a part of you can't stop.
Underwave.
Unfortunately, I can't do that whilst in an anti-magic field. But
No,
if
that's true.
Skrapp alter self so they don't look like themselves,
Sure.
walked into the cell, the anti-magic would deactivate. But then I still have to keep
By that
when
point,
I leave.
Barry,
Yeah.
Barry, can you make a device? I mean, that just like a clock. Can you make a
non-magical.
clock that
Yeah.
ticks? That ticks.
I mean, we can do that. The issue is it being natural enough that they don't get suspicious about it.
Well, can you take a ball in there
Barry?
and bounce a ball against the wall?
What, like make something like a, what are they called, metronomes?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, or a clock, something that, goes, just you think, okay, I'm lulling it into this sleep. It's for like, oh wait, hang on, it's off. Oh,
Make
what?
I've just got the
Barry,
dumbest idea.
They can. Okay.
Make a what?
No, hold on. Go on, Skrapp.
So the dumb idea is we can't just send in one of the undead kobolds into there because he'd immediately
Velen.
recognize it as one of Velen's. What if we do the 3 kobolds in a trench coat and put that into there, and then the 3 kobolds in there make noise? Because they don't need to sleep.
If you think it'll be a good enough we need a good enough disguise for them. I think they might look like a dragonborn actually, if they're all stacked up.
Yes, exactly. And then if Barry and me work together to make some sort of device to, like, make noise, like, make some, like, make an unnatural sounding noise that the kobolds can trigger. And maybe yes, that could work.
Okay, Barry, do you want to give me a intelligence check?
Oh, I'm great at those.
This is more of a. You should know this out of game. So if you remember, then you don't have to worry about this intelligence check. But I'm doing it to see if Barry remembers.
Straight intelligence or is there a
straight
skill
intelligence.
Okay.
No, you're trying to remember something that you said as Barry.
Oh, 19.
That's pretty good. Okay.
Wow.
17, you mean?
Yeah.
17 is good enough. You did actually threaten Valish Gant by saying, hey, we could make things a lot worse for you in here. if you don't tell us the information. You literally said those words.
I did.
So you have he has every expectation
That
that
we're going to make things worse.
his living experience is going to be worsened in some regard. And at that point, you could pretty much do anything to make it worse. You could throw cold water on him every so often. You could have a guard like whacking the bars and just refusing him any kind of comforts and sleep.
Every time
even
he goes
food.
to, yeah.
You could even have them stop having food and the like, making his life miserable because you already kind of threatened to do that.
I feel like no, I'm on board with this metronome idea, thinking back.
Yes, but we need it to
If you want to use
be...
that,
And we
you
just
can do that.
we just put it just outside his bars.
All right.
But make it so it's an irregular ticking, so it doesn't tick at the same rate all the time, because that would get more annoying.
So have it like, so every so often, it's a metronome, but every so often it changes pattern. So then
so
it either speeds up or slows down, or
so think of like a clock, like tick tock, but then occasionally it would just go tick tick rather than tick tock.
Oh. All right.
Or there'll be like a slightly bigger gap between the tick and the tock than you'd expect.
Yeah, go tick tock, tick.
So just going back to something that we did a long time ago. We want to torture a person again.
Not physically.
Not physically torturing them at this point. We're just, and at least this time they are a renowned criminal who's quite evil.
If all else fails, I can sit up there and tell him Snowy Alfax.
That'll put him to sleep.
Okay, yeah, you're right about that.
Okay, which you don't want. Yeah.
So long as we're all okay with torturing another person, even though we said we wouldn't do that again.
Physically hurting him. We're just causing mental. We're just
anguish.
Basically causing a headache. Yes.
We just want to stop him being able to sleep so that he becomes more tired.
And more open to suggestions, yes.
All right. Are you giving me a hand, Skrapp?
Yep, Skrapp will help with this. We'll get together some scrap parts and build this thing.
And as Barry's walking off, is like the things that heroes do, I guess.
Yes,
I mean, give me your tinker tools. Either one of you can.
Tinker
and I guess you can roll advantages. Either one of you are helping as well.
Where are
I
my
mean,
tinker tools?
I've got a +7 on my tinker's tools.
Why is
it says you got thieves and smith's tools, but I don't see tinker tools on your. Oh, do you not have tinker tools, Skrapp?
I mean, I can have tinker tools.
Right. Do you want me to? Am I rolling with advantage or?
One of you with advantage, yeah.
Yeah. So
Skrapp's got the higher modifier.
Okay, I'll help you then.
Yeah, so Skrapp will use their right tools for the job to turn their thieves' tools into tinker tools.
Or I could just lend you my tinker tools.
Or I'll buy the tinker tools, yeah. I'm proficient in them, and then I will...
To have you both working on it, I'd imagine you both need your tools. So
yeah, Skrapp will magically make their tools, because that's what they do. And roll this with advantage, and I should have Flash of Geniuses up, so yeah. So, wow. And Flash of Genius to make that a 14.
Okay. All right. Sure. Jeez.
Can I give you advantage on that?
You can give guidance.
You can give guidance.
That's what I meant. Sorry. Guidance.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Go on then.
15.
Oh, well,
15.
1.
All right. 15. You managed to make what is kind of a crude tick-tocking device. It's difficult to make it inconsistent. it's a lot harder than what you think actually to
Yeah,
make it
I
like
know.
inconsistent. You're like so used to making it like clock tick on a regular interval that making it kind of erratic is actually really difficult. It's like creating a random number generator, which even we as human races haven't actually done.
Yep.
Like hackers exist because random number generators are predictable. Anyway, that's going off on the tangent. Yeah, so you place this device outside Valish Gant's cell, and he's like, what's all this? This nonsense, huh?" I looked at it for a moment. A clock. Was this supposed to be ticking down by demise or something? The guard says nothing as he walks away.
Yeah.
Over the night, I'll see. Does he get any sleep? No, Jesus.
Yep,
It's
apparently
just a
so.
clock. It's pointless. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So do we
Um,
make another one and put it next to it so there's two sets of ticking at different
Oh god,
times?
different rates. That would be. I don't know if that'd be worse. That would be terrible.
Okay, shall we do that then?
well, he
Shall I
failed
give
the
it a go this
second.
time?
He failed the second one, so
Wait. If this didn't work, maybe we do the 3 kobolds in the trench coat, only we ask them to bark like small dogs, because that's another thing that irritates the snot out of me. Our little dogs yapping incessantly.
Some people like that though. They
I
don't
mean,
mind dog.
with
Not yapping all
Doesn't
night.
strike me as somebody who is tolerant of other beings.
I mean, if it didn't work the first night, but it has worked the second night, is what you're saying, Chris, based on those rolls. So we have 1 point of exhaustion.
Yeah, which is -2.
And then with Bane, that's probably going to be enough. I mean, it's wisdom based, and he's a wizard, so might not have high wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to hope so, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a chance. A good chance. Especially if he fails the charisma save to begin with,
Yeah.
which he's also more likely to do now because of the -2.
Yeah.
Excuse me. The next day, whether it be the kobolds in the trench coat idea or the ticking clock, something finally gets to him and he's like unable to sleep. And you can tell he hasn't had any sleep the night before. He's just got these big bags under his eyes. And you see his movements are kind of sluggish. Though, yeah, you see a large set of sails arrive on the docks. And most of the prisoners are offloaded. And there are just a few guards milling around. The guards that are offloading the prisoners are also informed there is to be a drill of some sorts. Practice, you could say. And one of the prisoners is going to get onto the boat, but not allowing them to leave. So do not raise anchor at all. That is an order.
So,
Okay.
as I suppose it.
Oh, before anything else, Andy could save the day here. I need Andy to roll me a perception check.
Okay. All right. All right. She actually does really well with perception. She's got a +3. 17.
I do really well with stealth.
Okay. Yeah, she's got a +3 to stealth as well. Do you want me to roll stealth?
No.
Okay.
You're not stealthing with Andy. You're just hunting rats.
Okay. Well, I have
every time.
I have a few plans as part of making sure this goes without a hitch. So.
We'll come to that in a second. So, whilst Andy is trailing the room after room, when they come to the stables, there is certainly a lot of movement in here. Bits of hay seems to be shifting on its own accord. and it's definitely not the mounts, because they're all fast asleep. Andy's a nocturnal hunter, and as they pounce onto several parts of the hay, they are distracted instead by a nearby scurrying rat, and they launch on an attack on that instead. All the while completely oblivious that somewhere edging around the corners of the room is an invisible demon-like creature who is completely invisible to the naked eye. And it's just, which is what Andy usually uses to hunt in these environments, a superior
So,
dark vision.
so basically, it moved some of the hay. She thought it was a rat. She pounced on it. She would give a squawk of indignation.
Yeah,
If she
exactly.
pounced on something and there was nothing there, that would aggravate her. And so if this happened enough, Ashanti might look up to see why why Andy was squawking.
Indeed.
Uh, it's probably one of those background things. Your pet is eating, you know your pet's eating, but now your pet is making a noise while eating. You might go, huh, I wonder what's going on over there.
Indeed. Though Andy's never perhaps come across some sort of extraterrestrial creature before, or at least extra interdimensional. And then this thing is also far more intelligent than Andy and seems to be able to hide in locations where Andy just doesn't think to look. They're hunting rats, not a
Right.
demon. And so, yeah,
Well,
it does stay
Ashanti's
out of the.
with her. So can I roll a perception check to see if I notice anything odd? Because she squawked when she missed
All right,
that
I'll allow
prey.
it. You got to beat a
Okay.
24 though. Oh, and Andy does have to. What the shit? Okay, that's incredible. You actually needed that. You needed a 25. What the fuck? You needed the nat 20. All right, that is incredible. That is something odd about Andy's behavior, and you've never seen Andy kind of get so frustrated before. Usually, they're an adept hunter. They will, if not catch it them the first time, certainly the second. But this seems to be getting really into their claws as they scratch around and throw the hay up into the air. Some of it gets stuck in their feathers. They seem to be circling around the beams, still unable to find what they heard rustling around.
Okay.
And
I'm gonna pull out
as
my
you're looking
halberd
around,
and
yeah,
use the butt of the halberd as kind of, a stick. You poke a stick at it, seeing if there's something in the hay that's bothering her. And so I'm gonna walk around with my halberd, using it kind of as a scientific tool to see if I can find something that's bothering her.
okay. Where is your token on the map? By the way, what the fuck? What happened
Oh,
to Ashanti?
I'm in the storeroom
Oh yeah,
with
that's right.
Andy and
Okay.
Bets. So if you
Yep.
want to pull all
So I'll
of
take you over
us.
to the stable.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly. At some point, you see the same commotion coming from the corner over here, top right corner. It's an unoccupied stable where you see some of the hay shifting and something lightly stepping on them. And you've got right up to this
Okay.
corner here.
All right. I'm gonna say, sirloin. I think there's something in this stable. I can't see it, but
Yeah,
there's
rats.
no. This is on the hay, not in the hay. This is and can I take a big swing, like just going through the air?
With your halberd.
Yeah, with my halberd, and
Yeah.
I'll use the butt end because I don't know if there's something there, but just
Okay.
just using it like almost like a quarter staff to see if
Roll.
I feel anything.
Yes, you can. It should be a disadvantage because
Okay.
this creature,
I
whatever it
can't
is
see.
clearly
Right.
invisible. That said, if you did want to make it reckless, you could flat the roll, but that's up to you.
Um, okay, I will do that. I will make it reckless. So hang on a second.
All right.
Adrenaline rage. Where's reckless? Reckless attack.
That's all right. Just roll the attack because you're not targeting anything anyway. So you can just roll
Okay.
flat.
All right. So I'm gonna go slicing because I'm doing a sweeping motion. Oh, and I don't find anything.
No. Something does move though. You hear it deliberately dodge out of the way of your attack, and you hear it suddenly scampering away from that corner, past you, maybe even under your legs. You feel something like its little tail, like whip between your ankles,
Sir
and
Lord,
you
I
are unable to
swear there
make.
is something in here. I'm not high or drunk. There is something in here with us.
All right.
I can't-
He he goes over to the door, to try and stop this from leaving. Uh, and you can't make opportunity attacks against this thing, who is clearly now moving around. Um. Oh
Okay,
boy, can I do
I can't
anything?
make opportunity attacks, but
No.
um, is there like a bag of oats or grain there near me?
Um.
Because what I'm
Yeah.
going to
There's a.
do is I'm going to reach in, grab. I've got my halberd in one hand. I'm reaching with the other hand. I've got into this bag, and I'm going to scatter it to see if I can if there's like it lands somewhere, and then suddenly there's no oats in one particular area.
Right. Yeah. Sure. The bag splits and scatters across the floor, and you can see the little creature is stepping on them and like rolling them and scuffing them out of the way with every footfall.
Hmm.
And you can see them getting towards
Gotcha.
the door.
Okay, and then
Do you want bits to do
okay,
anything?
yeah. Actually, I'll say uh uh bits. And I'll say get it.
Okay.
And
Bits
um
can maybe try and bite it or even grapple it.
yeah, she's not going to try to attack.
But
That's like
grapple
a
it.
toy command. A
Hmm.
get the toy. Pick it up in
Okay.
your mouth.
Got it.
So
All right.
that's
Make. Hmm.
yeah.
Can they? Yeah. All right. Make a strength check with bits.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
15. Oh,
Ooh,
what?
22. This thing seems incredibly slippery. In fact, it's as Bits grabs onto it, Bits feels in its jaws the creature suddenly shift and transform and slips right out of the mouth, like its body almost like turned into something else as it did that. And Bits is unable to clamp down and keep a hold of it. Um, I'll let
Okay.
Andy do one last thing before I take something. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll say Andy can try something, but grappling things is not our strong suit. It would just be talons, maybe.
Yes.
So that's very
Yeah.
little damage.
No,
Not much.
uh, but Andy Hunt. And so,
Okay, so
do you want me to make a talent attack or
yeah,
strength or?
make a talon attack with disadvantage.
Okay, all right. Give me a second. Talons, and come on, roll it. And oh, I'm so sorry. It didn't
I'm sorry.
give me a chance
Roll
to
another.
do disadvantage. Yeah, there we go.
14. 14 actually hits, and you hear a little yelp from this creature somewhere within the room. And it lets out this weird kind of inhuman growl. But yeah, it's It's here. It's definitely in here now. Andy is on the hunt as well. See a little bit of weird, kind of greenish blood on their talon too.
Okay.
So they take 1 point of damage.
I
It's
was
still
gonna say,
alive.
crud. Is she poisoned?
No, but
All right. She
need to
she
figure out a
takes a
way out
point of
here.
damage.
No,
Oh,
the
okay.
closet did.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so
Uh,
Sirloin is over by the door, but how do I get past that fucker?
okay. There is. I'm trying to think of what would be in the stables that I could use that would help, and I can say I'm gonna try to stall for time while I look to see if there's anything else in there that I can use. What are you? Why are you here? Why are you hiding?
The door suddenly opens up behind Sirloin, and you see him try to swing out with a greatsword. It just clangs onto the stonework,
Mhm.
and whatever this creature is, it's on the move.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what that was, but I genuinely think we need to report this. Um, Something invisible in the stables cannot be good. Something that remained hidden.
Yeah, he calls
I
out, "We got a security breach! Raise the alarm!" And of course, you hear several other guards kind of letting out a little horn blast, which relays to the central surveillance hub to raise an alarm. There's some sort of breach here going on. But let me check. How far can I get from this position? Uh huh. Okay. What are you doing? It'll be your turn again.
um well, I'm gonna probably uh I'm gonna rush out and see if I can figure out which way it went.
Hmm.
So I'm gonna say bids Andy follow, and I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna shout because that's a guard over here, right?
No,
Sheila.
that's
No.
a
Oh,
shield
sorry.
guardian.
Oh, sorry, 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 sorry. That's a shield guardian. I wonder if she can see it. Sheila, Sheila, there's
Does have
something
blind sight.
invisible. Do you see it? Can you help us find it?
It takes no orders from you, but you
Right,
do
right,
see
right,
them at
right.
least answer your question, and they shake their head when you say, "Can you see it?"
Do you know
Maybe
where
because
it
they
went?
physically, maybe because they physically can't see it, or
Right,
because their
right. Give
blind
me,
sight of 10-foot radius hasn't picked it up. One of
right.
the two, but it's very
Did you
vague
hear
answer from the
something?
shield guardian.
Did you hear something? Can you point to which direction it went?
Mm, they don't have a clue. They just shrug.
All right.
Um, uh, I'll
And
tell
I'm
you what,
gonna
though.
say
You
Andy
can
Hunt.
you can give me an inside check though,
Okay. All right.
and you can let me check something.
Insight. Not
You can you could actually replace this with animal handling as well because it is basically that. So we'll just add your proficiency on top, which is 3, 17. You don't see any of the axe beaks out here that are obviously just getting out for a walk or something.
mhm.
You don't see any of those reacting.
Okay, so it went the other direction. Okay, I'm gonna head this direction,
Hmm.
um, and see if I can see it. And
When
whoops.
you get to here, you
Mhm.
see a set of tracks resume on the snow covered patch here,
Excellent. And
leading east,
okay, and I lost Andy. I don't know where Andy. Oh, there she is. Okay. All right. So
riding bits.
I'm gonna follow the tracks.
Okay, well,
Do I
hold
need
up.
to
How far is this? This is
roll
like
sur
85 feet. So I'm going to say you're going to need at least use a relentless endurance to get here. Because
Oh,
it
okay.
is on the run.
All
100%.
right.
Like, it's going turn by turn. So to get to here, that's like adrenaline rush. And then
Well,
you're using your
relentless
sort of action
and
to sort of see it.
all right. So you want me to use an adrenaline rush? Okay, that's
Yes,
fine.
that's the only way you would have got there in time.
Okay.
What's your movement? It's 40, right? So 80
Yeah.
feet. So if you go from where you were in the stables all the way down to here, you cross over to about here, and that's when you see the tracks.
Okay.
And that will be effectively your turn.
Well,
Its
that
turn.
adrenaline rush lets me do a bonus action of 60 feet, but then I get my regular movement, I thought.
You do, but you're sort of checking
Okay.
around, asking
Okay.
the. I think your turn was
Okay.
spent like
Okay.
either inciting or asking
Okay.
Sheila where it went.
That's
Um,
fair. That I will take that. That's absolutely fair.
but you've got the tracks now, so you don't have
Mhm.
to roll that perception check every turn. You just have to follow them, unless of course I make a hide check. But
Mhm.
for now, you have got some trail. I've moved. I've moved so you can start to follow it. So you see the tracks lead around this way.
Okay.
I'll draw them out for you.
All right. So I've got 20, 30, 35. There's my 40 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, y'all stop following me. Quit that, you two.
Oops.
Y'all should be following.
And Andy can fly at like what, 80?
Mhm. Hang on, let me
No,
double check.
40. Oh, they're a
Mhm.
slow owl. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because they're gliders more than
Mm-hmm.
they are. They're not like falcons or hawks or eagles. They actually typically perch and then just swoop.
So bits, what do they got? 40 as well. So they're keeping pace
Mhm.
with you for the most part. Um, the tracks continue to lead this way. Whatever this thing is, it's fast.
Okay. Right. So we'll go 40 more feet.
You see the tracks lead up to here and are on the move.
Hmm.
You can see that is exactly where they are, right here.
Okay.
So
Oops, I lost me now.
you, if you have anything else as an action,
Could throw a javelin.
no, Bits
Yeah,
can't
but
get there. Bits could get to
okay.
here with you.
Okay.
If you
Then
used another adrenaline rush, you could get there as a bonus action.
okay, then I will do that. Come on. Usability.
And that is literally the only way you're keeping up with this thing is
Okay.
with those adrenaline rush.
Okay.
Otherwise,
Um
this thing is gonna get away.
okay, then I've used two adrenaline rushes. So
Hmm.
I can move forward.
You can use your action to dash if you wanted, but that's up to you. You can either use an action to try and attack it, or you could catch up to it, right up to it. I mean, but just
Okay.
bear in mind, an invisible creature doesn't provoke attacks of opportunity, so it will keep getting away from you.
And I run up to it and dive, trying to tackle it down using my size and my weight, hoping that,
you,
whatever it
you
is,
don't.
if I aim for where I think knees might be, even if it's a little bitty thing, I might land on top of it.
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to dash up to it, you can. Right on top of its square, you land here, and
Mhm.
at the same time, it is also moving. You see how like you're not going to be
Okay.
able to dive onto it when by the time it gets here,
Okay.
it's
Then
already another 40 feet ahead of you.
I okay.
So I'm going to move it again. I'm going to move. You see him traveling this
Okay. And
way.
there's not a single guard anywhere near me out here.
Not outside. Hell no. They
Okay.
don't go
Um,
outside.
okay.
Um,
I've got uh
oh man.
hate
Hold
the
on.
idea of throwing the... Okay, I'm going to throw my +1 javelin at it. I can see the tracks, so I'm going to see if...
You lose sight of it again. It goes around the corner.
Oh,
So,
fuck.
so on your turn, you'll need to move 40 feet.
Wait, okay. One more movement. 30. Oops.
Yeah.
35, 40, okay.
You want to be here, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see they start to curl around as you
Okay.
approach. You see them heading towards this wall here.
Okay. All right.
These guys can dash to get to you, but that'll be their turn.
Okay. Right. Okay.
And that'll be your third adrenaline rush.
All
If
right.
you're... Oh, wait, no, that's just your movement, actually. Sorry.
Right. And so, and I see tracks, right?
Mm-hmm. They lead right up to the wall.
Okay. All right.
In fact,
are
like
they
they've
big
just...
tracks?
No, they're tiny.
Okay,
Tiny little two-clawed tracks.
All right. I'm going to, I am going to... I have 2 hand axes. And
I
hand
should
axes...
say, actually, the tracks do change some way up towards the wall. They go from like little 2-foot tracks to like a... I don't know, it's hard to say. It's like a line, I guess. Just a line.
Okay. I am going to... I've got 2 hand axes. And hand axes can be thrown. So I'm going to see if I can stop it or at least startle it. So I'm going to throw my hand axe at it, at the tracks. So I'm throwing towards the ground at the feet of this thing because I know there's at least it's touching the ground.
So your hand axe only has a range of 20, and then it'd be disadvantaged. You could hit it, but it would be
But it's
60
gonna be
would
dis anyway
disadvantaged.
because they're invisible.
It is
so
dis anyway. You're right. Yeah, go ahead then. Just throw your hand axe.
Okay, I don't
Disadvantage.
see that I have a throw option with it. So do I just
No, you
click
just roll
on
the
it?
attack.
Okay. Oh,
And then roll it again.
All right.
Because this is at dis.
I'm getting a
21.
really
Good.
previous roll of Order Maid was not completed.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before. All right.
It's probably because you rolled it so quick.
Okay.
Yeah, just click another one. Ooh, 16's a hit. Yeah, game's up. This creature's tracks seem to shift, and although you're maybe aiming for the tracks, you end up basically hitting the wall where it's heading, and you hit it square on. And this creature falls backwards and lands into the snow.
Okay, then.
Well, if you didn't, it would have got away.
Okay, it's dead?
Yep, it was a very tiny little familiar, running for his life.
Well, I'm gonna go up to it and grab it.
You see, its form is very rapidly fading away from this world.
What is it? What is it?
It is a strange, demonic little creature. No, you see. Okay. No, if you mouse over, you'll see exactly what it is. It is a bizarre, demonic-looking entity, and you see as its body is disappearing, it's burning up in greenish flames.
Yeah.
And you see its like body convulse a moment, and your axe drops to the ground before it sizzles away from this plane.
Oh dear.
This.
I'm gonna hold my breath and reach over and pick up my axe and hope I'm not poisoning myself. So I don't know what that thing... Oh no, Bit, stay, Andy, stay.
They sniff the air and they kind of back away from this weird
Yeah.
sulfuric scent
Yeah.
that's now burning in the air.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up my axe and move back myself, um, hoping I'm
Okay.
not poisoning myself by touching my axe. Shoot. Okay. Bits, Andy, I don't know what that thing was. I've never seen anything like it. But I think we need to go tell somebody. So, follow. And I would go back in and look for somebody, obviously not Sirloin because he just stood there, to tell what's going
Hmm.
on.
You
So,
see an excited wagging of the tail from Bits as though they did something good, like yay, we did it.
mhm,
Meanwhile, Andy is like, sort of letting out this like huff as if to say, there, finally got
we
him,
didn't. Yep.
got what it deserved. And then, as you head back in, you inform the guards who are now on this high alert. Like, what is it? What do you mean security breach? And so Sirloin's explaining like there was a invisible creature in the stables, and then you deliver the information.
Right.
Ah,
And
so it's
I'll
dead?
say, yeah, it dissolved into a puddle of goo and it smelled horrible. And so I need to clean my axe and I need to check Andy because Andy got a scratch in and make sure Andy's okay.
Hmm. This
It was
is
the weirdest little
concerning.
lizard thing with lots of teeth. I've never
I
seen
will
anything like it
pass
before in my life.
I'll pass this information on to the warden. Until I say otherwise, I'd prefer you keep this information to yourself.
Um,
For security reasons. We don't know who it was who brought that creature into this realm.
okay. I I don't normally keep secrets from my team. Um,
You can
and
tell them, but no one else.
okay, that I can accept that. I'm not going to wander around talking to random people telling them that. So, but I
All
won't
right.
keep a secret from my team.
I'll be back. But for now, stay low in your quarters until the alarm is worn off.
Okay.
Yeah, and
And
you will hear this. Everyone else has heard like this horn going off with this
mhm,
loudspeaker. Even all the prisoners are kind of like up against their bars trying to figure out what's happening,
yeah, I'm
but
going to
they
go
don't get
find
given any
Hulla and Skrapp
information.
and Barry and David, and I'm going to tell them exactly what's going on. And I'm going to say, I know that Dalen is a magic user. Does anybody know if she has a familiar?
I mean, it was the closet, right?
Well, it was a little lizard thingy.
It was
It
like
was
did it
it was
did it look did it look demonic?
yes, it was
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah, it's
It
probably that little closet that was searching around our camp the other night.
huh.
Yeah,
I
but
wonder.
Somebody's
Do they
using them
need
to
to
scout.
be summoned or do they need to be commanded or something?
Well,
I mean,
if it's a familiar, it's summoned, yeah, and then they can be commanded from there.
Well, it dissolved into goo and smelled horrible when it died.
Yeah,
which,
mm.
which
went
might
back to
mean,
the uh, went back to the demon plane.
I'm
Are they
wondering if
poisonous? Do I need to worry about Andy? Because she got a scratch in.
I think you're probably fine.
Okay, well, I will get a scrap piece of cloth and clean Andy's talon off so she doesn't lick it, and then I'll attend to my axe.
Hmm. Okay.
does
Alright, yeah,
mean
you
that
tend
there's
to Andy
probably
then.
at least one other spellcaster about. Is
Hmm.
It
I mean,
ordered me not
unless
to tell anybody.
Well, did
Um,
the warden cast spell casting? Maybe they summoned it.
maybe, but if
I
that
don't know the
was
guard. yeah, acted like it was not something that they normally do or normally encounter. So, the guard was acting like this was not a usual event. So if the warden could cast it, I would think that they would be used to that.
Yes, but if it's an invisible creature,
Maybe the warden
potentially.
has it invisible all the time.
Well, there's that, but if it's a Valish actually has help on the outside and is waiting for something like this, then it could be that Quasit was their scout. And so there might be some sort of ambush for us when we try the escape if it's somehow managed to listen in on the plans. Because only the cells are anti-magic, so it could have come and gone as it pleased. Particularly if it can shapeshift.
So how does this change our plans?
Well, it means that, at least in a few cases, we're going to need to be more prepared for them trying to double-cross us and try to escape. I'm gonna prepare some of my tech to help with this. If we've got invisible things running around, then seeing tech to see invisibility would help. And we just need to be wary. But
I'm sure they have manacles somewhere. If we manacle his hands behind his back, he can't wiggle his fingers and everything. If we gag him, he can't say it.
Yes, but that doesn't make sense if we're pretending to break him out. We wouldn't gag and manacle him.
Yeah.
Are we sure we're not going to gag and manacle him? Because I really want to.
I mean, we probably should, right?
It's not safe to leave him just
Prison
out.
transfer.
Well,
Prison transfer. He's gonna for the safety. Yeah, they would do that. So.
Right. They've received word that he's being transferred.
You're changing the plans
back.
now.
I thought,
Lathanis is under the impression that you're breaking him out.
The prison transfer idea won't work because there isn't a more secure place to take them, or a more dangerous place to take them. So that was Skrapp's suggestion.
Is the Fort Knox of prisons.
Think. I mean, as much as I'd like to manacle and gag him, it just doesn't make sense for the escape. But if we're trying to help him escape.
Yeah, but just because we're helping him escape,
Ashanti wouldn't necessarily know that.
I mean, I suppose.
We're pretty clear that we're not trusting him, right?
Oh,
Even if we're breaking him out.
As part of the escape plan, what if we say we need to keep him manacled and gagged so that we're pretending to maybe take him to another cell or something in the prison so that if another guard tries to stop us, we have a legitimate reason for having him, rather than just having him walking here and there and say that
the alarm is going off.
He can't sleep in the cell he's in. If he's having trouble sleeping in the cell he's in, maybe he got permission to transfer to another cell.
Exactly.
He hasn't asked for that, though. We're breaking him out. We're not transferring.
Yeah, I know. But
and also
the first level.
Also, the warden did say she's putting everything on high alert because there's a massive distraction going on.
Yeah.
Like in the stables, and a transfer during a high alert.
Yeah.
It's not going to sell.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to be able to have him manacled and gagged unless someone come up with a really good excuse for it, because he won't accept it.
All you're doing is alerting him to the fact that something fishy is going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay, David or Hulla, Can either of you cast a sleep spell of some sort? If he starts to go awry, at least we can zap him asleep and then manacle and gag him.
I've got hold person. I don't have sleep.
I
Barry
mean,
does.
Here's got sleep. I've got
Yeah,
hold
but
person as well.
yeah, I've got a sleep spell.
yeah, we just need to be
Alright.
ready for if he attempts anything. So I've got a
Ashanti has a
spell.
sleep spell too.
Well, yeah, I can hit him over the head with my halberd.
Exactly, until he goes to
Uh,
sleep.
oh
Great.
yeah, and you know, I can, Barrett, I've been practicing. I can swing my halberd and crack an egg, but I'm not sure that it won't crack his head wide open.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
You've seen the whole layout of the prison. Where would you like to be positioned for when this goes down? Just
I
kitchen?
mean,
No,
yeah, that probably works. Yeah. We probably don't want to make it obvious to the other prisoners though, because then they're going to cause a ruckus, and then it wouldn't make sense. So what
If
I'm
they cause a
considering,
ruckus, it's just more distraction, right?
yes, but if they're
fiction
causing a
is that
ruckus and saying that there's a prisoner escaping and nobody comes to check, that's going to look suspicious.
But the fiction
Well-
is that all the guards have run away due to this distraction in the stables.
Mm.
That's why they've
Correct.
left their posts.
Yes.
That's the thing
Yeah.
that's allowing us to get him out.
Yes.
Correct.
So
So they will be heading straight down through the south exit of the
all the guards
Yeah.
the
leave. We
panopticon.
rush in and say, "Hey, we're breaking you out. Come with us." And then
That's it. And then you're heading north to boat, presumably.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
At which point, you would need
abandoning
to
the.
operate the crane, and then you could have the guards either pretend to be knocked out or just have them not even there because they've gone to the stables.
They've gone to the stables as well. Yeah.
Okay.
All the
Are
guards.
we
Yeah.
In which
abandoning the
case,
axe speaks?
We're not actually leaving, that's the point. We're just pretending to leave. And once we've got him on the ship, we're going to cast some spells on him to get the information. And then basically get him back in prison.
Okay.
Malthanis does obviously approach you on the day of this. Right. I've got my men who normally operate the crane. They're in the hospital just opposite. They're going to be locked in there, ready to launch their attack if they need to.
Yep.
Again, try not to harm the prisoner.
I've got
We've also got several men aboard the ship as well that are hiding below deck.
Yep. Right.
Are you all set?
Yes. How long do we... I mean, it's going to be a fairly quick journey from here, getting him and getting onto the ship, right? There's going to be less than an hour, right? Right, and there's no anti-magic... Yeah, there's no anti-magic field apart from in his cell, right?
Correct.
Okay, then I'm going to cast this... I'm going to activate this now. So that if there are any invisible nasties hiding, I'll be able to see them. Because that lasts an hour.
Good idea.
And doesn't require concentration.
Right. Okay. If you're all ready, I'll head to the central surveillance hub and activate the high alert. Guards will filter out from there to the south. You come in from behind, which is the kitchen, and here's the key for his cell.
Right.
You'll have to deceive him into believing that you've knocked out one of the guards that has this, or either pickpocketed, or some other way of acquiring it. But have your story straight.
Yes. David, I'm gonna probably leave the talking to you on that regard, as you're a better talker than most of us. Or you, Barry, maybe. One of you two.
Well, Barry's more familiar with him. Maybe he's the go-to on that.
You up for that,
If he
Barry?
senses any
Lying?
deception, if he senses any deception, this falls apart.
Yes. In which
Okay.
case, our best
I can
bet
inspire
then.
Barry. I'm gonna quickly give you an inspiration because you
We're
got
speaking
this.
to the guard to tell him we're transferring.
No,
prisoner to a
you're
different-
just speaking to the prisoner to tell him that we've managed to get the key and we're breaking him out. We just need that to be convincing, because there aren't
Okay.
going to be any guards.
Oh, okay.
You sure? You seemed a little bit spaced or distant. Are you paying attention? This needs to go
Yes.
down without a hitch.
Nope.
Good.
Talking to the prisoner. Got the key.
Yeah.
We're getting him out.
Yeah. Hulla,
To
do
the
you
boat.
have Hulla, do you have that spell that boosts people's talking ability prepared?
Enhance ability.
Oh, I didn't think I would need it.
We've got a
That's
means of helping
fine.
myself out, don't
Yeah.
worry.
You can
Okay.
you can prepare it now if you want. Oh, he's already got something. Okay.
As well as,
You can cast
you know,
friends.
the bardic inspiration and guidance if need be.
Yeah. Right. Let's go.
You've got what is it you're going to use that gives you advantage?
I don't get advantage, but it gives me
There you go. Well,
a
there you go.
D4
So
on top of a
enhanceability does
D4.
help. Yeah, okay, but you roll a 1 and then what?
Oh.
Yeah.
Hala, if you did want to prepare enhanceability, I will allow you. You can still do this part of the new day.
All right. Okay. Yep.
All right, sweet.
Enhanceability.
Um,
What do you need?
this is a new.
Ow.
Advantage
Actually,
on
Charisma.
charisma checks.
One quick second. You've got 8 prepared spells
Yep.
listed.
Mhm.
That should actually
have-
be
14.
No. What level are you? 5. You should have 9.
9.
It's we're between. Yeah, we're still updating between versions right now, but you no longer get spells prepared equal to your wisdom plus your level. Now it is just a set number, which always goes up whenever you level up. So
Oh, okay.
I've changed it now. So you've got 9 prepared. So whatever you just unprepared, you can re-prepare that
Perfect.
so that you've got it.
Okay.
And
You want
if-
advantage on charisma checks? Dave,
That-
Yeah.
Barry?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And the same goes for you, David. If you oh, you don't use prepared spells. Never mind. You're all good.
Skrapp
Alright,
only gets
sweet.
6, unfortunately.
Chris, is this a new day? Do I get my adrenaline
Yes.
rushes back? Okay.
And don't forget
actually,
your temporary-
No, don't get your adrenaline rush. Well, actually, no. You hunted on the
Okay.
second day, and then it'll be. Yeah, you do. You do get him back.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't forget your temporary HP, anyone who... Just in case anyone doesn't have it.
Right. I will be heading south as well. I'm one of the major obstacles in his way of getting out of here, which means he
Just for
needs to be
myself. Sorry.
That's all right. To be convinced, he's going to need to see me out of the picture.
Yeah.
Little does he know, I'm going to just simply teleport back around, and I'll be aboard the ship. So don't be surprised when you see me there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. She heads back into the central panopticon. Can't believe I'm doing this. All right. So the alert goes off. This blaring horn that just sounds all the way through the prison. You hear the guards suddenly charging through, dum dum dum, stomping in. You hear Morden Marthanis over a loudspeaker saying, "There's a commotion in the stables. The animals have gotten free. All guards to the stables immediately." And you hear the march of several guards making their way south from the central surveillance hub. You
Yeah.
two, with me, you can hear over the loudspeaker.
I think it's time, guys.
Yeah, let's go.
Barry nearly gave the game away. Several of you run into the corridor, only to back out as you suddenly see Morden with a contingency of guards marching. They do actually see you, and they try not to make it obvious. And Warden's like, "This way now!" And she snaps the guards to their attention. Thankfully, from Valish Gen's position, they don't see that they see you. Nonetheless, they exit out the south, at which point Warden splits off from the others and begins misty stepping down the corridors and works their way around the back. So you see this like little area, this like little tunnel that surrounds the prison cells out of their
Yeah.
sight. Yeah, which is perfect. She can get around without them knowing that she's got around. Okay.
Right.
Then, as you're heading out, you see Valish Gantz up against the bars. What's the meaning of this? What's going on?
Looks like we have no choice. We've got a key. We're getting you out. Do as we say, and there'll be no trouble. You decide to do anything funny, and you'll be dead in a second.
I'm not leaving without my spell book and spell focus. Where is it?
Do you want your freedom, or do you want your stuff? You can't have both. This is it. This is the time. This is the time to get out.
Right.
What's your choice? Are you coming with us, or are you staying here?
I told you, if you're breaking me out of here, I'm going to need my things. Otherwise, I'm defenseless.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. Skrapp, as part of this, will just subtly reveal the spell book he has because it looks like a spell book, but not make it obvious, just to suggest that we have a spell book. Might not
we
be
do have
here.
one of the
He
red
doesn't
spell
know.
books, don't we?
Yep.
I need
Is
a
that good enough?
focus. No, I want to focus as well. Now. Otherwise, I'm not going anywhere.
Right, give me a moment. And Skrapp's gonna... Where would they keep prisoners' effects?
So... you should have had these already, really.
Yeah.
If you wanted, you could have got them, and you
Yeah,
could
let's
have
say
had his
we've...
stuff.
Yeah, let's say we've got them. Skrapp just goes, you can have it when we get on the boat.
That sound good enough?
No.
Wait.
If you've got it, hand it to me. There's no reason why I can't have that focus. Otherwise, I'm at your whim.
I mean...
You don't trust me, and I obviously don't trust you.
Isn't it enough that we're getting you out of here? Is that not enough?
You're wasting time. You want the information or not?
Time.
Just put him back.
Do you want out or not?
Only you have something to lose here.
He doesn't have the information. He's just using us to break out of here. He doesn't have anything, and just put him back and lock the door, and let's forget about him.
Yeah, I guess he wants to stay here.
I'm fine with that. And he sits back down. Focus or not?
Skrapp
I guess we start to walk
sighs.
around the corner.
Yeah, Skrapp sighs and goes, we need this information. Well, but as we said, you try anything funny, then, well, we'll put you down quicker than you can blink.
Don't do it, Skrapp. It's not a good choice as I play the game.
Skrapp considers it, looks to be considering it for a moment, and it's just like, it's fine, and we'll hand them the spell focus. Now, come on.
Now we can get out of here. Unlock this thing and let's go.
Guess we unlock it.
as soon as he steps out of his cell and begins to follow you, he stops in his tracks, and everyone can roll me an insight check.
Okay, insight. Damn it, dice. That was a good roll then from him. Ooh, I like that 19.
Looks like. Ooh,
And I like that
20 from Barry.
Barry.
Yeah, keeping a close eye on him. You're right. Everyone else looking around, like keeping up the act that, they're on lookout to make sure these guards aren't coming. Everyone else is either like already starting to head off in that direction. But Ashanti and Hulla, you're like, sorry, Ashanti and Barry, you're like side by side right next to him. And you notice when he stops, he looks like his eyes kind of almost rolled to the top of his head, like looking around. You see him like raise one eyebrow, and then he turns to his left, and you also see him slightly like look a little unsure as well, as if he's chewing over a thought. And he's clearly thinking long and hard about something. But he's very much just stopped Barry whilst you're like all about to like, no, let's go. And he just stops right where he is outside of the cell.
We go in or not? Do you want to get over here to the boat? And I telekinetically shove him. Or
Okay.
if he's not moving.
Sure. He isn't. He's not moving for some reason.
Yeah, that
you
failed.
shove him.
Do I have to do this?
Wait. A moment. Just give me a moment.
Now who's wasting time?
Oh, you said
don't
no
have
wasting
a
time.
moment.
He seems increasingly frustrated by something. And you're not sure what.
Keep shoving.
Ashanti, pick him up and carry him.
Yeah, I will do that.
You'll have to be a 19 on a strength check, because he does try to fight you off.
All right, strength, ability check, and
Wow.
He manages to push you off and says, "Look, listen, there's something not right.
What?
Something not right with all of you, in fact. Maybe you're the ones responsible."
Responsible for what? I'm genuinely confused.
They're not relaying anything to me.
I'm confused.
We're trying to leave. Let's go. Go.
I keep trying to shove him.
Yeah, but Barry, he turns to you as you're trying to shove him again. Stop that and listen. There is a very special contact I have that was going to tell me everything I needed to know about your legitimacy. And now they're not responding.
And listen, there are guards around this place, and if we stay still, then we are going to get all put into prison again.
Make me a persuasion check, Barry. Or
with advantage.
Yeah, with advantage. Although deception feels a bit as you know what? Actually, deception. This should be deception, because you. Oh my Jesus!
It's the same anyway.
Only because it is. Yeah, that's fine then. So how did we get from a 7 to a 21?
Bardic inspiration.
That's crazy.
Plus
yeah.
advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, 7 on the Bardic inspiration, and then yeah.
I don't think I can beat that though. No, I can't. Even if I rolled an @20. Oh my god, it would have been close.
Oh my god.
If I had any wisdom. -2 as well because of the exhaustion. But he seems to be too tired to think about what's going on, and out of sheer maybe urgency that you're pushing upon him, he finally relents and says, "Fuck, fine. I'll be expecting to hear from them soon. Once we get out of here, I'll summon them and we'll figure out everything."
Who is your contact
at this
anyway?
point,
That's what's the walking talking.
At this point, as he says, like, "I will summon them back," you realize very much this might be some sort of special familiar. And Ashanti, you can take
Yeah,
inspiration as you just come to the realization as you're running towards the ship that had you not accidentally found that familiar with Andy, right now your familiar would be telling this prisoner every
Yeah.
single one of the plans that it's overheard during your long rest in the tiny hut, which Skrapp was correct about. So yeah, I think you deserve I think you deserve heroic inspiration, Ashanti,
Oh,
because
thank you.
your little downtime activity with Andy hunting rats just so happened to be a lifesaver in this moment. Prisoner keeps running this way. I'm
Yes.
surprised you managed to secure the boat.
We've
You'll need-
got. We know what we're doing.
The guards aren't here. Good.
Yes, right. Get aboard the elevator. I'll lower it down.
Oh, I just jumped out the
Alright.
window, apparently.
No, that's fine. That's the door. Yeah. This is the crane here.
Yeah.
Which he jumps aboard and is lowered.
And Skrapp will start
Um,
lowering the thing.
He does look down to the docks. He says, "I must be the guard who guards the boat. Shit, you're gonna need to take him out."
I'll take him out.
And
Andy takes one look at this contraption. She's not getting on. She's going to fly down and meet everybody.
okay, sure.
I'm gonna take out my
Sam-
rapier and pretend to stab this guy and be like, "Play that."
Okay, sure. So Kane is
Got
like,
you.
"What? I'm not a performer." Oh, fuck's sake.
Go down. Just go
Rolls
down.
his
Just
eyes.
Go down. Go down. Go down. Go down.
And I
You're dead,
pull.
Give me a performance. Give me either a deception or performance check, David.
Oh, this is performance all the
As
way.
you'll- Okay, cool. Love it.
Yeah.
And I'm.
Oh,
That's brilliant. Yeah. So Kane's like
Yeah.
fucking rolls his eyes. He goes and like falls back into the ship with a thud onto the deck.
I pull this guy into the water with telekinetic.
Now these guys are below deck, sorry.
Oh, are they?
Don't worry
Okay.
about them, please. Yeah, they're below deck. It's just so Kane, who's putting a wrench in your works.
I
He's
shove
throwing a
it. I shove
spanner.
Kane then, and I keep
Yeah,
shoving him
sure.
until he goes back
Oh, for fuck's sake.
over
Shove
the
him
water.
forward.
Come on, he's playing as well. He's playing along. Here we go.
He fails. What the? This wasn't part of the splash. It's fucking freezing. System shut.
How high is this?
He's paralyzed.
How high
the
is
ship? Oh, this. 160 feet. Yeah, it's a long way
Damn
down.
it, he's out of my range.
We're
Is
looking
the
at
prisoner and I still up top? Are we still up top in the crane?
Not
Did
unless
we
you
go
got
down?
in the crane.
No, you're
If you got in the crane, you're down. If you're not, then
Okay,
you're up.
so
Yeah.
the prisoner
Skrapp's
and I are
still up.
both down with Hulla and Barry then. Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Skrapp's
Sounds
gonna, I guess, just wait up here and be like, because there's no way for Skrapp to also get down.
No.
My eyes are glued to the prisoner. I am not taking my eyes off him, not for a second.
Hey, Skrapp, would you like to try my diving into water rules? It does
No.
reduce damage.
Nope, Skrapp's not very good at swimming. Skrapp's just gonna be like,
Oh,
alright,
okay.
I'll just
Worth a
Skrapp's
shot.
just gonna check that this guy's okay.
Okay. The Valish gets up onto the boat. These guards, they're below deck, so is the warden. So he's on the top, and he's like, right, let's pull up anchor. Let's move. We've got a long 3 days travel ahead of us. And good riddance, Riddle's End. And just annoying ticking clocks.
Yeah, sorry, we had to try a few ways before we had to do this.
David, you want to cast Bane?
Yeah. Okay.
You know what?
Oh, Bane!
Yeah.
It's Bane. This place is the bane of my existence. It was such a terrible week that we spent here.
Yes, you can say that again. Wait, what? Ah! And before long, he realizes you are casting a spell, and well, he would fail, and that would go through. Although he does have a reaction, and now he's got a spellcasting focus. I will attempt to counterspell it. We'll see. Give me a Constitution save, David.
Constitution save against it, right? That's what it's.
Yes. If it's 13 or higher, you should succeed.
13 or higher. 19.
Yeah.
You're good. All right, the spell goes through, and he says, "What are you doing? Stop that!" Hulla, now's the time.
Yep.
Suggestion spell, yeah.
I cast suggestion, and I say,
Okay.
now is the time. I suggest you tell us where we need to go. Oops.
Okay. All right, and let me see. What is it? Wisdom, and it's got a -2 and a minus a d6. Do you want to roll the d6, David?
Yeah.
I think you might have cast that on yourself, though, accidentally, Hulla.
It's only -3.
Yeah, where we need to go and what we need to do when we get there is probably.
Yeah, where do we need to go, and what do we do when we get there? Tell us quickly. It's our best chance of getting out of here.
All right. Sorry, it's actually a minus d4. It's Bane, right?
Bane.
I forget what does Bane do. Is it d6 or d4?
It's a
D4.
D4. It's a D4. Reroll.
Okay.
Minus a free spell.
Okay. All right, ignore the d4 in this formula then, because I think it's going to roll it automatically. I got 3 again. Jesus. Oh my god, are you kidding? The actual exhaustion did the job, by the way. The exhaustion mattered so much because that would have been like a 13? 13
Yeah.
maybe?
No, that
Would've
would have
been
just
13.
failed still. Hulla's a
It would've just
14.
Fail.
You're right. So
But I'll
the
take the
Bane
11.
plus exhaustion. I think a combination of both, right? You needed the Bane plus the exhaustion.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I got a 16, which would have beat Hulla. But you exhausted him, baned him, and together those two combined actually dealt the issue. And he's like, wait, what? You see his mind kind of like spinning back. He's too concentrating on trying to strip away David's spell before Hulla comes in with that whispering, I heard a rumor, into his ears. The special psionic powers of this brain slug worms its way into his mind and pulls forth exactly what you need to know. All the information comes spilling out as he attempts to follow your instructions to the best of his ability. Right, we need to chart a course due northwest. Then 3 days travel. We will arrive at the island of Solstice. Dangerous island, said to be once ruled by frost giants. They've got a fortress there that they say Oral herself occupies. It is known as Grimskala. In her fortress, we will seek out a special tome. It is known as the Solstice of Winter. And in that tome lies our secret. A special poem known as the Rime of the Frostmaiden.
Hey, that's the name of the show.
There it is. Name drop. Then, with it, we'll crack open the ice and be able to enter into the caves of hunger.
Wait, what's in the Cave of Hunger?
From that point on, I have no idea what horrors await us in the frozen, frigid depths of the glacier. I am certain it won't be very good. We'll need to use all our strength and wits and so at this point you start to see maybe the spell is coming to an end because he's done everything he can. And it's in the spell it says once they've accomplished the task that you asked them to do, the spell ends.
Do I get my turn now?
I cast it again.
Oh.
So I can cast it at will. And I'll say...
No, detect thoughts at will. Suggestion is only once per day, though.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
do I get my turn now?
Yeah, what would you want to do, Barry? Quick.
Cast sleep?
This guy is obviously... Oh, okay, cool.
He's given us what we needed now.
Yeah, you can do. You see him like, wait, what?
I'll do it high enough that it only gets him, because I don't want to get the guy who's in the water. But essentially, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, so Kane's got more health. Don't worry. But actually, we're using the new sleep, right? So it should be just a wisdom save. If he fails, he falls asleep. But
okay,
yeah, I'll roll it. He's still paying,
okay.
So that still works against him too. He's so he's almost immediately caught off guard by the fact that he just spilled all this information. Wait, I wasn't supposed to tell you that.
It's
until
it's okay.
we got to the
just
island.
as he's falling asleep, I just take the focus and the book off him. It's okay. Just shh. But it'll be fine.
More like a lullaby, really.
Right. I'm going to shout to the nearest guard, manacles. We need manacles right now. And
get that focus off of him.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they've got the focus and the book. We're going to manacle his hands behind him and shove something in his mouth.
Where's that guard I pretended to stop? I'm going to go find him and be like, oh, good job, buddy. Good job. That was excellent work.
Hands off me. It's like trying to get him held up in the water.
Yeah, we throw a rope over and pull him up. But sorry about that. It had to look realistic.
He could have stayed on the dock.
Realistic? I said, get off my boat. I'm going home.
Okay. Well,
is what he said.
Wait, we do need a boat though. Can we have this one?
This one
to lend?
I think you've done quite enough. You get off, Warden. Get this riffraff away from here. We're returning to Luskan.
Oh, okay.
Warden says that wasn't part of the deal. Now, was it?
Okay, I was just hoping.
I'm afraid you'll have to get your own. For now, good job. Get prisoner 237 back to his holding cell now. And we can put the alarm off as well. Turn the alarm off.
I believe that worked.
I can't believe that worked.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Skrapp will just be enjoying raising up the elevator because they like the technology. Like, probably the entire time while they've been waiting, they've just been raising it up and down. Like, that's so simple.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, guards.
From the hospital come over, they're like, oh, you seem to have a handle on it. They go back to playing guards.
Literally. And he turns the handle.
Very good.
What are you playing? Can I join?
Yeah, Dragon Ante.
Sure.
Sure.
Skrapp literally has nothing better to do at the moment.
That did work, and it only worked because of, everything that you did to make sure it worked. Otherwise, I mean, I'm surprised that the nat 20 to find the familiar put everything I had planned in the water, because as soon as you stepped out of that cell, the familiar that was, by the way, it was in the top right-hand corner of the stables, because it was the closest I could get to the cell. And if you measured it out 100 feet roughly, as soon as he exits, he gets like a message from his closet telling him, yeah, you plan to fake an escape. And at that point, the jig would be up. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, you actually, you totally unwittingly pulled that off.
Andy is the MVP of the session.
Andy.
I mean, yeah.
And Ashanti.
And
Ashanti,
Ashanti
yeah,
know.
really.
for killing it, for
Because
killing
Andy
it
couldn't
too.
find them. Ashanti not only, yeah, rolled a nat 20, but also hunted it down with. Because it has so much faster speed, but the only reason you caught up to it is because
It was
free,
adrenaline
like
rush.
adrenaline rush. Yeah, exactly. Incredible. That was quite a feat. So I totally deserve totally deserves heroic inspiration because you quite literally saved the day in that regard and got all the information you need to progress the story. Congratulations, guys. Yeah, the Rime of the Frostmaiden, a tome hidden within Grim Scala, a fortress atop the island of Solstice. That sounds like quite a journey. Something you would need to prepare for, but
We need to get
hey
a
ho.
boat. We need to.
So are we going to go down to the Ankar place or wherever it is that starts with
Yeah,
A
Anchor Duke's Bell.
and
What did you
hire
spell?
and
Yeah,
hire a boat or
potentially.
Well,
I think
I'm not
so.
sure if we'll be
Yeah.
able to hire a boat there because I'm pretty sure they said it was like a frost giant harbor, right? So there's probably no one there, but there might be the remnants or something that we can use for transport. Not sure. Yeah.
I am ready to get out of this place. So we've been stationary long enough. I'm excited to get moving. What's the weather like?
What's the weather like? Indeed, it's been 2 days, so I guess I got some rolling to do. I'm just gonna start from here, I guess. Light snow.
Okay. Oh,
Light
great
snow.
travel conditions for us. What time of day is it?
Mhm.
Is it late morning, early
This is,
afternoon?
no,
Sun's
I
about
figure
to
this is the
set?
morning.
Okay. Yeah, we've still got daylight, such as it is in a place like this.
Yeah.
Let's get our axe beaks and go.
Yeah.
Glad to see the end of this place.
Yeah.
Miserable.
Yep.
Is Valen going with us or is she staying here?
The
Or is she
warden
going to
sarcastically
the
says, "I'll be sure to put up some decorations for next time."
Mhm.
I mean,
Don't forget
And
about the
maybe,
game night. Game night.
and
It'll
yes,
help.
game night. I think they've already started. She looks over, pokes her head into the other office. Right. Well, I hope you got everything you needed, and I hope that it serves all of us well in the long run.
yeah, that's the plan. That's the hope.
We couldn't have done it without your cooperation. So thank you very much for helping us to accomplish this. And
And thank
we
your
are
other
very
self too.
yeah, we're very grateful to you for all that you did.
Of course. Good luck out there, Iceland trekkers, and keep your heads low. This information, obviously, it's well, very important, especially considering two powerful wizards were after it.
Mhm.
Um, and she gives a side eye to you, David. And just sort of clears her throat a little bit.
I'm gonna do that thing where I touch my nose as if I know something, she knows something, but I'm not saying.
Okay, good. And as she is about to see you out, you suddenly see a contingency of guards arriving in the distance. In fact, we'll just take you outside here real quick. You're getting your axe beaks ready to go and saddled up. In the distance, you see there is a dog sled arriving. Several guards are look like they're transporting a cage on the back of this sled. And when they arrive, you see inside the cage, being offloaded are several Duragar prisoners.
Oh,
Hey,
And Marta says, "Oh, if you'll excuse me, back to business, it seems.
yep.
Good luck." And as you're settling up, you can overhear the conversation and information that's being shared between the guards who have just escorted them. Warden Marthanis, he's Durgar. Well, they were apparently hauling some massive shards of this black ice towards their fort when we intercepted them. Even though it looks like it's a success, these are only a portion of the dwarves. The others managed to get away with their hold intact. We had to fall back from the battle as it got far too bloody. We'd suffered severe losses. But of the prisoners we managed to find still alive, we dragged these back. Thought you would want to have them kept here for now. They're dangerous. You need anti-magic to prevent them from using their enlarged capabilities. She says, right. Okay. Yes, we have cells. Black ice, you say? How big? And they sort of mention, it's at least, this piece was at least like 20 foot in length.
I'm gonna walk over and say where. Can you tell us where the Charlatan was? Where did
Prisoners,
you?
yeah, they look towards the prisoners and they say, well, we tracked their sleds all the way back to the tundra in the northeast of Icewind Dale. There are these massive sections of Shardlin just jutting out of the ground. And it looks like they found the motherlode that they were wanting. Whatever it is, they sent a lot of their soldiers to go and collect it.
I'm just gonna look back at Barry and Skrapp and David and Hulla and shake my head wearily, like crud.
We might have
and
to
just
take on the Sunblights now.
I'm gonna hang my head and just walk back over. Because yeah, that's what Ashanti is wondering. Are we gonna need to go after the Dwarger, or do we need to get to that book and see if we can stop everything that way? I'm not the brains of this operation, so I'm just gonna walk back over and kind of give everybody a questioning look.
If they've managed to get a large enough amount of Shardlin, and they clearly must know how to work it, and they're probably close to doing what
this is what they described, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, then they're probably close to completing whatever it is they're working on. It seems pointless trying to get the book and everything if we're then going to, after coming back, find out that they've ravaged Icewind Dale with whatever they prepared. So it might be worth trying to take them out first, because the book's not going to be going anywhere. Nobody else will know about it.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're sure that the 607 fellow doesn't know anything about it, right? So the book probably is safe.
Yeah, the book should be safe for the time being, and I mean it's going to take anyone some time to prep into breaking into there, because that's where Oral's basically trying to sneak in against a god.
Just
Chris,
also,
are those scales on the picture you're showing us? Are those scales?
No, they're not. They're just artistic flavoring, I think.
Okay, I just want to make sure this wasn't like some sort of remnants of a frozen beast, because we ran into that dragon by the giants.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
No, these are probably just broken up bits of shards and glassy textures.
I have no
But this
idea.
certainly is from what they described as the biggest piece that you've ever heard of, and the Dwarga have their hands on it and have got it back to their fortress.
I think this is a time is of the
yeah.
essence thing.
All right.
Might be.
Okay. Skrapp, I am not going to remember all the stuff about getting to the island and everything.
Yeah.
I was too focused on
Barry and I were taking notes. We're good. Barry and I have notes on that.
Okay, as long as somebody in the party knows how to do that, because I was too focused on making sure he didn't escape somehow.
Yeah.
I'm fine with going after the Dwarger as long as we understand somebody has to survive this to continue on. So, David, Barry, Skrapp, Hulla, one of you has to survive no matter what happens next.
I nominate myself to survive. Thank you.
That's fine, but somebody has to survive so we can get this information to another, maybe that other adventuring group we ran into.
Yeah. I'm not going to be dying anytime soon.
David and I will do our best to keep everybody alive. That's...
Villain says, well, I'll keep the information safe for you, dearies.
Oh, shit, she was with us, wasn't she?
She wasn't with us on the boat, though.
No.
Not on the, no, but her owl was nearby.
Oh.
There was another familiar listening in the whole time. Yes, her own little familiar.
Well, I'd advise not heading that way until
of course.
You've
That sounds like
the
a suicide mission.
Can you help us with the Dwarger?
I will accompany you to the Dwarger, yes.
All right.
Oh, nice.
It sounds like we have a new direction.
We're a team.
We should probably go back to the guards and get clearer directions onto where they fought the battle. I'm sure, unless there's a blizzard, we'll be able to backtrack them.
Well, we know where their fortress is, right? It's on the map.
Yeah.
And Skrapp, you mentioned that you're still hunting your magnum opus, and
yes,
you scratched everything off the list,
apart from their fortress.
And yeah, you remember that the goblins turned up. They didn't have it though, and they were the only other ones that maybe salvaged stuff from the wreckage, except forget how it all happened. I forget how it unfolded, but
there was some indication that the Dwarka got there first and took off what they wanted.
That's right. That's it. That's what I mentioned.
Why do I feel like they're gonna have somehow harnessed my magnum opus to attack me with it?
Let's not think about it.
I really hope not, but yes.
Let's just get a move on then, before whatever it is they're working on is completed.
Yes, it's made of shardlin. Unfortunately, it'll probably be made at least mostly of shardlin, whatever it is.
Villain gets on a really fancy sleigh once again.
I mean,
she had custom built in East Haven.
If the shardlin is the remnants of that Kren Shinabon thing, then if they've gathered enough together, then they might have been able to restore whatever spirit was inside it. So that might be what we're facing. Well, hey, Ashanti, this should be a good one for you. We're potentially going to be following in Dritz's footsteps and stopping Kren Shinabon again.
We're just not worthy. I'm sorry. He's so magnificent and so perfect. But I will
Yeah.
try. If we're following in his footsteps, then absolutely. It is a worthy quest. I feel so much better about going. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah. And I mean, he probably had to, being from the Underdark, probably had to deal with some Dwarg himself on his journey. So, you know, that's extra.
Okay. You will have to travel about, was it 8 hours back to Lonelywood is the next nearest town.
Yeah.
Unless you want to go anywhere else first, but it's light snow for the whole day, so
Yeah.
Well,
there's no
yeah,
complications during your travel.
yeah, 8 hours will get us to Lonelywood, and you know we've got places to stop there, and we're safe. So I would recommend, you know, basically, you know, spending the night there and then going on from there.
Okay. You can do so.
Yeah. Does whilst we're at Lonelywood, does Steve return?
Steve
Who I sent
does return, though. How would they have got the information? The real question. Guess it'd have to be Targa. Although, I'm not sure.
I essentially sent Steve
Give me a
to
moment.
each of the speakers.
Yeah, to each of the speakers. Okay, I'll come back to that in just a second. And you're gonna not you're not going to Anchor Duke's Bell.
Not
no?
yet. It looks like we've got more of a time-sensitive thing to deal with.
That's fine. Okay, so sure. You know what? Steve comes back after having visited Targos, and the speaker there, who is the old lady, I can't remember, Ma. I'm pretty sure her nickname was. Ma says that there was information in a long list of documents in Speaker Maxil Dinar's business, right? He had loads of different ongoing deals and secrets, and well connected to criminal organizations, including a certain pirate as well. And the rumor is that Nas Lantimir arrived at Targos and had a private meeting with Maxil Dinar. And there looks to be a letter of correspondence between their captain asking for safe passage across the Sea of Moving Ice for a certain Nas Lantimir.
Oh, that's not good news. But it means we can potentially...
Dinar, he's the one who oversaw this this arrangement. And so it seems as though Lantimir must have fled Icewind Dale, or at least the 10 towns, and got picked up by this pirate and then headed off. And the name of that ship is... trying to find it. I believe it is called... I just had it earlier. It's like the Getty or something. Oh, crap. I'll get it for you in a moment. You guys continue discussing. I'll find it.
Yeah. Skrapp's just going to look at Steve, considering that Steve was one of Maxil Dinar's flying snakes, and it's just like, did you overhear this and you just didn't bother to tell me?
Well, I didn't know last Lantimir, right? I didn't know there was someone important. Plus, Maxil Dinar had loads of creatures on the go, you know? Like,
I know.
Loads of criminal organization, loads of stuff. Like, that's just the tip of the iceberg, mate. You should go digging even deeper.
I mean, do you know the name of the pirate captain?
Bloody hell, you don't ask for much. Yeah, hold on.
It might be useful.
Island of It's
Oh,
not in her notes. That's why I'm having trouble finding it.
Yeah. On a
It's in this look.
on a positive
Oh,
note.
the Wicked Eddie. That's the one I got it. I got it. Yeah, the ship was called the Wicked Eddie. And I don't know who's talking to me right now. Who speaks with animals?
Skrapp.
Oh, you do? All right, cool.
Yeah,
All right,
that's,
yeah, it's called the
that's
Wicked
their
Eddie.
friend room.
It's a galleon, and must have headed off to the same island you guys are after, eh?
Yeah, well, there's good news and bad news about that, I suppose. Good news is
No idea who the captain is, by the way. Haven't a clue.
Do you know how long ago they went there? I mean, it must.
That's good. Good point. That would be over at least a 10-day and a half ago, maybe. They've been gone a while.
It takes probably. And it takes 3 days to get there, 3 days to get back.
Right.
And then travel
so if they'd got
to
what they
them.
wanted, they probably would have been back by now.
And there's been no sign of them, which means they're probably going to be. That's going to be an additional obstacle, or they're already dead. Which is kind of a positive and a negative.
Maybe they kicked the bucket. Maybe Oral captured them, froze them into statues.
Yeah.
Or maybe they sunk to the bottom of the ice because they ran into the White Reaper.
Yeah, or Havachurus.
Yeah,
God, that sea of moving ice is a dangerous place. Right.
Sounds like something you want to tackle, perhaps at a later level.
Yeah, definitely.
Of expertise.
Yeah. Yes. Well, thank you, Steve. You've been very helpful. And as we're in our tavern, I'm just gonna allow them to go and look about for any rats and stuff that with Andy, I guess. Enjoy yourself.
Okay.
I imagine
competition with Andy.
Our tavern is absolutely clean, so they can go out and hunt lemmings and voles. Andy'll help.
Wow, permission to hunt, permission to live. Wow, what a reward!
I mean, I'll prepare a treat for you.
How about one of those tasty fish? You've been fishing up loads of stuff. How about you
have a tasty fish?
That's more like it. Get on your Skrapp. All right. They happily enjoy a tasty fish for doing this favor for you. All right. Okay.
Do we want to
Anything you need
next?
to do to prepare before you assault this Sunblight fortress?
We do that today? I mean, we're not scouting it out or trying to figure out what's going on?
Scouting is part of preparation, sure. You can do that. Velin does offer her services again. She says, "But I do have another spell that is good at scouting, like I did before with the prison. I might be able to use an arcane eye to have a little bit
if we can get close, then so Skrapp just sort of thinks for a moment, trying to go through spells that they've seen people use in the past and how powerful they are. Because we know the name of the leader of the Sunblights, don't we?
Zardarok.
Yeah. I doubt any. None of us is powerful enough to cast Scrying yet, and that's divination, so it wouldn't be something that they would have, because that's actually no, it could be. You can't scry, can you?
I'm afraid not. No, that'd be more maybe Nasa's specialty, but
God, I hate that woman. She's yeah. Okay. Right. Yes, what do I need? What would be useful? I mean, a spell to unlock doors, that's going to be useful. We're dealing with Dwargus, the ability to deal with invisible things, that's going to be useful.
Find traps.
That could be useful. Skrapp considers things and it's like, do you think I've let the warden have the alchemy jog long enough? I could do with being able to magically infuse my armor back to being strength based, just in case.
Wow. You told
mean,
you told them that they would have that forever.
I'll let him keep it for a bit longer. Yeah. So unfortunately, I can only have so many infusions up at a time. What else would be useful? I mean, if we're going to be infiltrating, movement-based, is that going to be more useful? I'm just thinking what spells I want to prepare. I wasn't considering breaking into the Woodwalker Fortress this soon, so...
You'd have another long rest because...
Yeah.
You traveled for 8 hours, right? So again,
Yeah.
and then traveling from Lonelywood to Sunblight is going to be like at least another day. So you can decide to get closer if you wanted to go, say, Goblin's Hole, and use that as a staging ground to launch your assault.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Apparently the dancing light needs to be right back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sea invisibility is going to be really useful for this.
All right. Well, while you're doing your spells there, Skrapp, anyone else want to do anything whilst you're getting ready to prepare to potentially take on Sunblight?
It's the usual: sharpen weapons, make sure the animals are secure. You know.
Okay.
Nothing comes to mind. We're okay with rations and supplies. It's just a matter of making our way south and trying to figure out how are we going to take. I mean, how many of the Dwargar are there, and how are we going to take them down if they're all infused with black ice?
The Arcane Ice scouting will be useful. We also need to consider how we're going to deal with the black ice. I can probably destroy a large amount of it using magic, but that's obviously going to have some drastic repercussions in itself. It's a fortress in the mountains.
I don't have anything that can destroy it as far as I know. But I don't know. Are we just gonna go in and try and kill them all? Like, are we gonna try and lock them up? What's our plan gonna be?
I think part of that's gonna need to be dependent on the scouting from the Arcane Eye, so that we at least have some idea of numbers, because if there's just a few of them in there and maybe the rest are still off mining, then capture would... But then again, from what you told me of your first encounter with them, one of them managed to teleport away, didn't they? Right?
They did. They used a ring. They put a ring on their hand and it sent them into a swirling, windy blizzard before disappearing. It wasn't Duergar themselves, but some sort of power on that ring made of Shardlin.
But we don't have any way to really counteract that.
Yeah, it didn't look like he even cast a spell. He was just equipping the ring, and that's what sent him flying off.
Yes, and I've got nothing that'll work on that.
There's gonna be a wait and see plan.
I think we need to have Velen with their Arcane Eye scouted out a bit to get us an idea of the numbers. Once we've got an idea of the numbers,
I'll need to get very very close then. It only
Yeah.
lasts an hour, and then
Yeah.
I can scout.
The problem is how close you
Um,
the
yes, that's the question.
from their fortress that you faced last time. It was quite well positioned, so sneaking up would be difficult. And considering Dwarg can turn invisible, we won't know what we're looking for until we get close. But if we can be about half hour's distance away, maybe, then you could get it there.
Then that would give me half an hour to explore it.
Yeah. Because I doubt they're going to have
Alright.
scouts and protection within like half an hour's march of the place. That seems a bit overkill, but they could.
Okay, I'll try and arrange that then.
Yeah.
This is a quick scout. Is everyone ready?
Yeah, and that will give us an idea of how exactly we prepare to do this, because it could be completely different.
Okay.
We're going to need to put the axe beak somewhere safe and secure, and I'll leave bits to guard.
You're taking them over towards the mountain, though, yeah?
Oh, yeah. No,
Ride.
before we get
alright.
off on foot, I thought we
Yeah.
were going to scout right now. So I was just saying we need to find a copse of woods or somewhere where we can bed them down, let them rest, and,
Yeah, there's some woods outside, actually.
Okay.
Perhaps only about 3 miles off the actual fortress. There's a copse of woods.
Okay.
We'll say that then you kind of worm your way through the towns, picking up any rations you need along the way, gear. You get to Goblin's Hole. It's one of the closest towns to it. It is the closest town. And as you approach, you actually see that they have been very busy goblins in the last couple of days. Since you've been gone, they've made a little wooden barricade, like a palisade, all the way around, and they've also got a tower built, a little watchtower with the ballista that they got from the the Nautiloid mounted on top of the tower, and that can overlook the entire town. And the goblins are giving a little wave. One of them's like, I want to fire. It's my turn to fire the ballista. And they're just arguing over that. But yeah, nonetheless, they've set up some defenses, which is quite amazing to watch. All right, let's jump over to the tundra then. Let's just check what the weather is going to be like as well.
I'd honestly almost appreciate bad weather, providing it's not.
Nope, it's a clear sky, isn't it? No, it's 6. 6 is straight down. Actually, my bad. It's a blizzard. You'll be going in a blizzard towards the fortress.
That's no, that could be in our favor in this case, because we're trying to sneak up on the place, so then they're less likely to be able to see us.
Right.
We probably wanted at least heavy snow for this, so.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, then going
we're
over
all...
by cover of blizzard.
Yeah.
Certainly, your tracks will be obliterated in a matter of minutes, and they won't be able to see you beyond 20 feet, right?
Yeah.
So that is actually kind of in your favor. If they have any lookouts or watchtowers,
exactly.
they're not going to see shit. So, all right.
Exactly. Which means we can actually
says,
probably get closer before we do the arcane eye to give more time for scouting. Maybe within like 15 minutes distance.
That'll be perhaps just an hour out, a mile out, rather.
Yeah.
The arcane eye can fly fairly swiftly. It goes up to about 30 feet, so around. So All right, let's get going.
I'm actually going to see if that's
Um,
actually possible now. It goes 30 feet every 6 seconds, and it's got to go a mile.
Doing the calculations.
Yeah, because we might need to get closer than what I thought, because a mile is 5,280 feet. Which means it's going to take 176 rounds to travel that distance. And 176... So that'd be, and then that lasts an hour. My brain's now gone where I need to go for the maths. It's 176 rounds. That is... How many seconds is that? I divide that by 6. No.
No, you times it by 6.
Yeah, times by 6. Yeah, so that's 1,056 rounds.
And then you divide that by, you times that by 10 for a minute, right?
Yeah, so I
And
think
then you
it's
divide
possible.
that by, and then you divide that by
60?
an hour. 60? Is this an hour?
Yeah, it should be able to. I mean, it can travel.
I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be at least an hour or at least a mile away, I think
Yeah.
you'll be okay in this blizzard. In fact, as you're looping around through this area, and let me just check everyone's con saves. Yeah, frost saves from everyone. We're in the wilderness as well, plus a blizzard. It's DC. And you're going up into the elevation of Spine of the World as well. That could actually prove a little bit tricky. So this is more like a DC 25. This is one of the harsher ones. Okay. I'll roll for Valen. He does have some situational bonus. She's got fur lining. Okay, cool. She's good too. Looks like everyone has bundled up pretty warm. Nice. Though it is not just an hour to get here. That's for certain. It's like 20 miles to get around to where the nearest little copse of trees are around back. So I'm going to ask, as you're going around up the elevation into the deepest parts of the Spine of the World, there is some difficult terrain sort of slowing you down, but I'm going to require another frost save from everyone. Still DC 25. You guys have had that. You've that was one of the first things you prioritized in this adventure, was making sure you got all the gear you could get. Okay, Valen is freezing her tits off though. It's getting awfully cold, dearies. I thought I was wrapped up warm enough, but I'm getting a bit of a cold.
Well,
maybe we can set up the tent and she can stay behind in the tent.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Or I set up my own little tiny hut.
Yeah, once we're... But don't...
Both.
But can't you not cast spells through the hut?
Right, yes, let's do the tent.
Yeah.
Tent it is then.
So we'll set up the tent within a mile's distance of it, which and then she should be able... Yeah.
There's a shelter of trees, and there are these windbreaks of mountains that do stop the harsh winds from taking you out. It takes a while to set it up. Valen shivers and crawls inside and begins to concentrate on her spell. And she casts Arcane Eye. And you see, as she does this, you See, there is a slight glowing from underneath her eye patch as she's concentrating on this. I mean, maybe this actually is her eye that she's using, just her arcane one. And the kobolds all sit around in a circle next to her, even though they don't provide any warmth. They're just there to safeguard her, nonetheless. Okay, and she begins scouting off into the distance, and all the while she tries to describe as best and as much detail as what she can. I can't see a bloody thing in this blizzard. Ah, I don't even know what I'm looking for, really. A giant fortress? Maybe nestled over here? And she starts, like, wandering around for a good 10, 15 minutes, going along the mountainside, trying to figure out the 3.5 miles. You actually did the math. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Well, she may spend probably the first third of her spell just trying to locate this thing in the blizzard. It's actually more difficult than what she expected, even though it may be a massive fortress. Turns out this thing was incredibly well hidden. No one would have been able to spot it. Even from Kelvin's cairn, this thing is on the other side of a mountain, completely shielded from sight. And when she finally sees it, you know she spotted it, because she says, "Oh, heavens. That is a mighty fortress. The Duergar have constructed this thing topside. I'd imagine this in the great halls underground, but this thing looks like it's just been pulled up from the earth, and it's attached to the side of the mountain. There are lights. There are forges lit up. I can see there's a switchback of stairs on the left side as well. There's no entrance from what I can see. It's just this giant, great slab of stone. I don't even know if there is a way in. Maybe the windows, but there's some hundreds of feet up. Might be that the stairs lead up to something on the side. There's hold on, there's something up the top. Takes a few minutes just to get her arcane eye to the top of this thing. There's like 2 large hatches on the top side as well, but they're shut. Shall I go inside?
Yes. Let's get a look inside.
Right.
Wish I could see what you're seeing.
I might be able to hold on. Have I got minor illusion? No, I don't.
Though, could, and this is a weird way of doing it, could Hulla technically be seeing what they're seeing via using detect thoughts on them? Because it would be their surface thoughts that is what they'd be looking at.
It's like a visual representation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hulla would at least be able to potentially see, because Hulla might see something that Velen wouldn't notice, but Hulla would, possibly. If that makes sense. Because surely what you're looking at, especially if you're focusing on a spell like this, that's your surface thoughts, right?
What do you think, Hulla, on that suggestion? You want to try that?
I'm just reading the spell to see. I don't see any reason why not. I don't have minor illusion either, but I can.
No, but at least then one of the party has seen it as well as Velen. And considering your cleric and you're adventuring with and dealing with the dwarf, there might be something that you would notice if you were able to see through her eyes, basically, that she wouldn't notice as something to point out, I guess. Like religious iconography, maybe, or something.
I'd be focusing on ways to get in and ways to sneak by.
Yeah.
But sure, yeah, I'll cast Detect Thoughts and see if I can skim through what she's seeing.
Okay. Sure. Let me see if I can give you a visual then. I do have something. Is that James RPG art?
Not
There
that
it
you spelled that
is.
way before.
Yeah,
It was
I
just an
think if
idea
she's
that
being
popped
kind
into
of,
my head.
if she's trying to be cooperative and really picture in her mind's eye what she's seeing, then I'll say, yeah, she might be able to get some simple images across of what's happening. What do you mean can't? I'll select a file to proceed. Oh, here we go. I'm uploading a video, so 1 second. You start to see exactly what it is. It starts off as a simple shape, just this large rectangular object up against a mountainside, and then you see the tiny little dots of flame signifying these windows. You see the switchback of stairs, and this is what you would see. Some light, handout. Hopefully this. How do I show you? Hold up. Autoplay. Loop. Save. Okay. See, tell me if this works.
Is it
Specifically
coming in
the
Discord or Foundry?
no Foundry, the bottom handout specifically. You might have two images actually. Don't know if that
Yeah.
worked.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
see it.
Okay,
So there's.
there you go. Fine. I wanted to show just the video, but
Wow, that's impressive.
there you go.
I
You
mean, it
got
looks
both.
easy to get into.
Yeah, but it looks like the only way
And the
to
stairs
get
look
in
like a
it
death trap.
The
would be the
stairs look like
stairs.
a welcoming place to enter. Look, they've got lanterns on the side.
Yeah, like what Valin's trying to describe.
music.
This thing looks impenetrable, just a slab of stone in a otherwise desolate landscape with no obvious entrances. It is this grey, dull, uninspired art. There's no decorations, no signs of banners or anything. This place was clearly built for purpose and practicality. And well, there must be someone inside, someone at home, because those lights are on and they're burning bright. There's a great deal of light in this forges, huge forges.
That
There's a
doesn't
lot of
seem
them
like
in here.
any place we can sneak
Oh my!
into. There's no back
Now,
entrance.
there's got to be. There's got to be a way of bringing in food. Everybody eats.
Yeah, but I
I
think
think
there
on the
So
might be
front
a
there's got
one
to
door,
way
be.
in, one way out.
it's a one way in. Yeah.
Hmm. I wonder what they're making. That is a big place to be making small things.
This is where they've been hauling the Chardolin. The whole place could be one big factory. Just a big forge making who knows what. They could do this
Making
all
something.
without being seen? And who knows how many people are there?
I mean, Velen, is there any clear idea what they might be making? Like, are there any like molds, for example, that they might be pouring the liquid Chardolin into? I guess, or liquid metal.
Just there's a lot of moving pieces. They're not making weapons. Not like the undead we encountered. They're making something larger. Huge holding plates of Chardolin. They look kind of like curved plating.
Armor for something? Something big.
Or the body of something.
I'll try and get closer and see what I can see.
Can you?
And you can
Yeah.
see her
Can
kind of
you?
like moving her head, tilting it to one side every now and again, as if she's almost moving through corridor after corridor. There's a
Yeah.
portcullis. I'll try and get through there. And I'm sure at some point along the line, I'm checking some of these spells on some of these Durga. Although her sensor is invisible,
They have something like
there
see
are some things that,
invisibility.
indeed, yeah, there are some creatures that might. And I'm trying to look for them. Doesn't look like it.
Tremor
I'll
sense
be
wouldn't
honest.
pick it up because it's floating. Blind sight
That's right.
might pick it up.
Again. Yeah, actually, let me check. Arcane eye. It's an invisible magical eye that hovers in the air. Has normal vision, dark vision. A solid barrier blocks the eye, but the eye can pass through as opening as small as an inch. So she's passing through like portcullises and stuff, of which there's quite a few. And she says the place is riddled with kill boxes. Like there's these corridors with arrow slits on either side. Looks like they might be able to like. Yep. There's people armed with crossbows inside as well. It's starting to look like a very dangerous endeavor. What are those? Are those Quaggoths? What are they doing here? They have Quaggoths in here. For those who have no idea what I'm talking about, they're
What
from
are
the
quack?
Underdark.
What are
They're
they?
like what are they indeed? There's some sort of clawed bestial humanoids. Their fur is kind of lost all color, but their vision is adapted to the darkness, and they're usually quite brutal and savage. They eat whatever they can find, but it looks like they're working some of the forges. They're hauling these pieces of charlatan for them. They
Is
must have
there
dredged them up from the Underdark.
is there any sign of any like collars or anything on them to suggest they might be prisoners?
No, not by the looks.
Huh.
Oh my, they have a stable of giant lizards. Okay, these are definitely Underdark lizards. They look huge.
Are they being used to power machinery, or are they look like they were used to transport them up to the surface?
They look to be perhaps transports. They have a prison. There's a prison. There's some. There looks to be there's a Goliath in here, and looks like an Icewind Dale citizen, like a 10-towner.
Hmm.
They look like they're still alive. A lot of other empty cells. I'll I'll keep going and see what else there is, but this place is massive. I don't even know if an hour is enough to go through all of this. There's workshops, there's tinkerers, there's soldiers. There looks to be some sort of spellcasters. And she comes through one of these long corridors with the arrow slits. There looks to be what looks maybe like a throne room. Oh, and there he is. That can only be Zardarok. He's got a crown of black ice on his head. That's an impressive beard, though. He's got a shield in armor. Okay, they may have actually been making some armor of Charlatan, But it looks like the king is hoarding it all to himself. Uh-oh. He's looking right at me. Arse. He dispelled my magic. The king somehow saw through it.
Which means that
kind of snaps back out of it.
that would suggest he has a way to see the invisible. Or sense magic naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to I'm mostly interested in the forges. If I can work out what they're making, then that might give me an idea.
I will I'll do my best to scribble down what I saw. I have my spell book. Maybe I can draw this out for you.
Yeah.
There's a lot, I'm not going to lie, and I didn't get a chance to see everything, but I'm sure it's enough to give you a good bearing on what this place is laid out like. Give me a moment. So while she does that, anything you wish to discuss, you can do. I'm going to try and find a...
I mean, based on what we've heard, it seems like it's going to be a very dangerous place to break into. It's not going to be easy, and even once to get into, and even once we're inside, it's going to be dangerous with our numbers.
Right. I think this is going to be a long haul.
Not just an outpost; it's a whole army here.
It's a full fortress.
At least
it'll take us at least 20 minutes to clear that out, I think.
Yeah. Maybe 25.
Yeah.
But, at least...
I love the optimism.
Yes.
If we can do invisibilities, at least we know it works on most of them, just not the big guy.
Yes, right. But...
This is what I've cooked up for you. She gives you the layout.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
That's very handy.
There's a central...
Wow.
There's a central lift in the center that takes you up and down. And you can see it's connected to all 3 floors. The Quaggoths were on the bottom floor. And they were near the forge. Just to the south. At the very... on the 3rd image, at the top, that is the prison. Long line of cells. And at the bottom of that 3rd image, that's where the giant lizards were. To the left of that is the giant throne room. That's where my little scouting came to an end. And you can see just before the throne room, just north of it, that looks to be a kill zone, like a kill corridor. All these little arrow slits, and there were crossbowmen sitting in the 2 alcoves either side of it. I didn't go down that tunnel to the north, but it looked like it was a more natural looking cavern, especially a lot of that tunneling on the left. It looked like it was dug directly into the underground, like the mountain or maybe the Underdark. I mean, the Quaggoths and giant lizards are going to be coming up from somewhere, so... the workshop looks to be on the top floor. So the very top image, that's the workshop. They're all tinkering away on all kinds of strange stuff.
So the question becomes, do we try to go in tonight? But he's going to know somebody was scouting around and may put the guards on alert.
Yeah.
Or do we wait a day or two and see if they
drop their guard?
Yeah, drop their guard. But the other question is, are they going to have somebody scouting around the keep? I mean, we're only a mile away. We could be easily discovered. We're out in this weather.
Yes.
She'll say, just a quick mention, the only points of entry I could see It's on the very top floor of the windows on the south side of the image. The second image, the south side of that, again, the windows. And then on the bottom left, there is that big set of double doors. That is the only way in they saw.
Looking at
And it does
Sorry.
indeed sit at the top of that switchback of stairs. And yeah, it's a portcullis on the other side of it as well. So doubly reinforced.
At first, I was thinking maybe we could pretend to be merchants out selling our wares. But I don't know, we're right there, and this place looks way too big for that kind of a deception.
Also, didn't one of these guys escape to this place? Or did we manage to get them all?
No, there was somebody
we
who
don't know.
escaped.
Mm.
Well,
Yeah, they had a ring. They put it on.
Teleportation
They
ring.
disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If only
I was-
607 was here, he made friends with some of them. You know, when he orchestrated our breakout.
Looking at
This guy.
looking at the image of the actual outside that you shared, it almost looks like there's two like double doors at the top. Does the elevator go
That's right.
up and open up the top?
She did mention that, and she says that that's the double hatch she mentioned right at the top.
Yeah.
That also does indeed connect to the elevator. Yes.
That's with the mountain the way it is. Could we climb the mountain and try to get in through the top?
Ooh. Yeah.
Skrapp's
Climbing
just considering.
The sheer flat side of the fortress would probably be an impossibility unless you had spider climb. But
Which
the
I do.
mountain side? Okay, well, there you go then.
But that would only get me in.
Wait, can't multiple of us climb the mountain?
Well, I could spider climb to get up to the entrance. I could just walk up the wall. But I can only cast it on myself. But if we did try to climb the mountain, that would be dangerous, but it'd be unlikely to expect that, but...
I mean, we could get two of us with spider climb.
God damn.
What about if we try and disguise ourselves as, like, get some Chardolin, disguise ourselves as a working party coming back with, you know, a haul? We can maybe fake our way up as far as the top of the stairs and...
How? That could work. How tall is the building?
The entire fortress? It is... Bloody hell. You know, I can't even... It doesn't tell me on the initial thing, which is annoying. I'll have to scroll down to the very bottom.
Right. So, who else can make anyone invisible in this party?
I can.
Can anyone else do that?
I don't have it prepared today, but I can.
And Verlin can do it as well, can you?
Prepare what?
Invisible. Invisibility.
Can
she?
No.
Oh, it was the arcane eye that's invisible.
Yeah.
Well, we could make us all invisible if you can cast it a little bit higher.
No, I literally can only cast it at second. I don't have third level spell slots.
All right.
It's over 100 feet. I know that much.
Okay.
I don't know what's in the Shield Guardian, but I could put it into the Shield Guardian. And then tomorrow, I can make myself and one person invisible. The shield guardian can make one person and someone else invisible, and then you can cast it on yourself. That's all 5 of us.
If we can go
Then we can all sneak in. Apart from the big guy that we know of, the rest of them can't see.
I mean, looking at
it's at least 120 feet tall.
Yeah.
At least.
Looking at the design of the building, if we were to get to that sort of inner crevice, like indent that it has at the front, that you can sort of see, because it's got like two, like, it's almost like divided into 3, so you've got the bit with the 2 panels is sort of set back a bit. Right? Visually.
You're talking about the hatch at the top.
Yeah, that section of wall there is like set back a bit more than the rest of the fortress, isn't it? There's like an indent there.
Yes.
If we could get up to that wall section there, do we think we would be able to be seen from the windows, considering they're facing outwards?
Probably. That's a good question, because I can look at the map right now and tell you if their vision sees that. No, you can't.
Because if we can get to there, this is gonna burn through so many spell slots in order to get there. But if we can get to there, I could then spider climb up, because we wouldn't need the invisibility anymore at that point necessarily, at least not immediately. I could then spider climb up, lower a rope down, and everyone else could climb up, and then we go in through that hatch at the top.
The rest of us could be invisible, at least.
Yeah. And you guys could remain invisible the entire time. I would just need to be invisible in order to get up to the entrance without being spotted. Unless we get lucky with the weather and it's still a blizzard or heavy snow, so that they won't be able to see out. But us staying out here for a long period of time is also going to be dangerous in itself, because they could send out someone to scout invisibly.
You might see them in the snow.
That's true. Keep an eye out for footprints in the snow, everyone.
Are we really close to this place right now?
About a mile
We're
out.
About a mile. Yeah.
Okay, because I can always try my stone cunning when I get close enough anyway.
Yeah. In order to prepare everything I need to prepare for that particular infiltration plan, I will need to rest again.
So
Do we want
to put a spell into Sheila then?
It's not a bad idea. Can we do that overnight while we're resting?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
you can. I think mass healing word isn't there at the moment, but
yeah.
I doubt we're going to bring Sheila with us because it's a stealth mission.
Yeah, Sheila's. I don't see any way of bringing
Get
her
her
in.
to stay, Hulla? I thought she just automatically followed you.
Well, I have to order her to follow me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and you can call it from anywhere, right?
That's right.
So if anything goes wrong in there, you can call it to aid, and it'll come storming through fortress.
Basically, yeah. It won't be stealthy, but.
I mean, whilst we're sneaking in through the top, you could just have, once we're up there, you could just have it go for the front door as like a distraction.
I mean, we don't want it to get destroyed, though, do it?
I mean, it self-repairs. I'm not sure it can be destroyed.
Do we know that, Chris?
Well, sorry. What can be destroyed?
Can Sheila be destroyed?
Yeah, anything can be destroyed. Yeah.
Because it's obviously
enough.
It regens providing it's got at least 1 HP.
Which means if it's brought to
Yeah.
0,
Yeah.
then yes, it is.
I was thinking more of a like if shit hits the fan, then we call
Yeah.
Sheila in as a
Yeah.
like.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
you can do that.
Yeah.
But it will be some time for them to get to you, of course.
Yeah. Well, so if you guys want to go with that, I'll pop an invisibility into Sheila.
But you would need to attune to it for that.
Oh, it's only the person attuned that can put a spell in.
Yeah,
I believe so.
I can give you the amulet so you can attune, so you can pop a spell in, pop invisibility in.
Is that really the case? Only the person who's attuned?
It says a spellcaster who wears the Shield Guardian's amulet can cause the Guardian to store 1 spell of 4th level or lower. To do
Who
so, the wearer
wears
must
it?
cast the wearer must cast the spell on the Shield Guardian.
So is it just who wears it or who's attuned to it?
The wearer.
Okay. So they can just put it around my neck and I just pop a spell in it.
You can want to do so by the wearer or when a situation arises. Uses it. Yep. That's what it says. The wearer.
Right.
That's a very vague term there.
Right, so just to make sure everyone understands exactly what I proposed, we go invisible, we get up to that indent, I spider climb up the wall up to the panel on the top, lower a rope down, which I will secure with pittons and stuff. Actually, or can I cast spider climb on someone else, or is it self only? I need to double check that. No, it's one creature. Oh, so I will cast spider climb on Ashanti because Ashanti has the muscle. They can spider climb up the wall, secure the ropes.
We can do that, but aren't they going to see the rope slithering down?
Or hear the pittons being hammering?
The pittons being hammered will be the tricky bit, but because you would be holding onto the rope and it's your object and you would be holding onto it, it should remain invisible, right? Because all of your equipment is invisible.
Yeah, that's true, actually. If you're holding a 150-foot rope, it's invisible. Which is hilarious if you're trying to climb it. Imagine.
Okay.
It's not bad for you. It sounds sketchy for the others, though.
Then we'll all be invisible.
50-foot invisible rope.
But also because of that indent, the windows can't see into that indent. So it's a blind spot to the fortress as far as we can tell. So even if they could see the rope,
Instead of pittons, can we knot the rope periodically? So even if somebody starts to slip,
we can knot the rope. The pittons was more securing it once you are right at the top, so that you're not having to hold it for everyone. But then again, you'll be spider climb, so you'll kind of be stuck to the wall, so that could work.
Well, the other thing is if I can find something to attach the rope to, like wrap it around a tree and then brace myself behind the tree,
there's no trees up there, lass.
Or a boulder.
Sorry, dearie, there's nothing up there but grey stone. And it's a slanted roof as well.
I have a question.
Yes.
There's 5 of us. Assuming we can even get in, are we going to take on this entire fortress? Is that the plan?
In 25 minutes, yeah.
We're just gonna barrel through and
we
kill
need to see
everybody?
what they're doing with all that Chardolin. Is we may need to come back with an army depending on what they're doing with all that Shardlin.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't necessarily an attacking mission.
Send one person with invisibility and spider climb on a stealth mission.
Well, here's the thing: we know it can be destroyed. So what if we just aim to destroy the Shardlin? I mean, we've seen it shatter so many times. Yeah, it has weird effects, but that would get rid of the problem.
The other issue with just one person going invisibility, whilst they couldn't see the arcane eye, if they've got the same tremor sensing capabilities that Barry has, they will sense the footsteps.
If they're looking for the footsteps.
Yeah.
And if it's just one person in there and they get caught, then goodbye, that one person.
Yeah.
At least if we all go, then they've got backup.
Does look like they might take prisoners, at least. How long? I'm not sure, but a lot of those prisons cells were empty, so.
I mean, we could
get help from the Goliath.
We could ask the Goliath, we could ask the Frost Giant and the Mammoth.
No, I meant like the one that's imprisoned in there.
Yeah, I mean, that would also be something, yeah, if we could free them, then that's additional.
They have a Mammoth and a Frost Giant imprisoned in there as well?
No, I was saying we go and get the ones from that we know of in the place by Goblin Soul.
How do we get them invisibly into the fortress?
Oh, I was gonna say have them, because I doubt they'd want to go sneaky, have them attack the front door. Like, literally use them and the shield guardians to try to draw them out.
Okay, this plan got a lot more confusing.
Well, that was just an idea. I'm trying to think of ways to reduce our risk once we're in there, and the only way I can think of that is to have a diversionary attack.
So, real quick, your plan is spider climb Ashanti, scales to the top. You open up the vault using knock, I'm assuming, the door?
Yeah.
The hatch? Okay, so you open up the hatch, and then you're in. And then from there, your plan is to destroy any Shardlin you come across whilst there's a diversion outside from maybe the Shield Guardian or others.
Yeah.
And then
cause a distraction?
I
really
staying out here and doing that.
We need to figure out what they're doing. I mean, I agree we need to destroy the Shardlin, but I think we need to know what it is that they're doing. Because, I mean, like I said, if we may need to come back with an army.
I mean, if we manage to stop them here, we won't need to know what they're doing because they won't be able to do it, i.e. destroying the Shardlin. But maybe they'll have some notes about it. Maybe they can write.
Giant. He said it was a giant piece. I don't know that we can do that in like 10 seconds, in between, rounds of combat.
That's what Shatter is for.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, as a distraction inside while we're invisible, we free the Goliath and let him go mad.
The 10-toner. There's another, there's a 10-toner in there as well.
Oh, there's a 10-toner in there as well.
Yes.
So we free them. They try and escape while we destroy things. Or they can help us destroy the Shardlin. I don't know.
But
we...
if we're going to do this as a full-on assault, I do agree I feel we would need the numbers regardless. We don't need to know what's going on in there to get the numbers. We know there's a dangerous fort. They're doing something with Shardlin. That should be enough to at least gather up some support, even if it's just from East Haven.
I mean, if we think about all our allies, we've got the Goliaths. I mean, we could probably convince Ravison, maybe. We've got well, any of the 10 towners. We've got Goblin's Hall, the
Maybe
Mammoth,
in for a
and
fight.
the Mammoth
It's
and
likely.
the Giant.
It looks like a very difficult place to siege, I will just say. Based upon
No.
that, there's no entrance except for the one halfway up the tower, which is up a long, winding switchback of staircases, which are going to be very hard to scale if there's Duragar above you shooting down. Not saying
Yeah.
it's impossible, but if we're going to assault this place as a siege, they're likely going to meet us with equal measure.
Well, do
I
you know what would
don't.
be the best thing for a siege? Goliaths flying in on griffins.
Possibly. There's no like top of the watchtower, so to speak, and they're definitely not fitting in through the arrow slits, though. So
No, but the entrance.
the entrance, at
Hmm.
least, perhaps. That at least that might help secure the entrance. But once they're locked in, you're going to be fighting through those corridors with archers or crossbow infantry on either side.
How far do you think we could lead a dragon?
Probably not that far without. But
Okay, never mind. Stupid idea.
A siege could. I'm saying a siege could work, but I'm also saying that perhaps a stealth mission is also just as viable.
I think the stealth mission is best because if you said you saw a path potentially down to the Underdark, then sieging isn't going to work because they can just go out via that to get supplies.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
That's probably where they're getting them.
But if we can get up into that top floor, there's a mechanism for the elevator. If we can take that mechanism, obviously looking at it, runs on that top floor. So if we can at least get in, take out that top floor, stealth or otherwise, then we can basically disable that mechanism, and other than sending up those lizards, which I'd imagine can climb, they can't get up a vast amount to us. We'd have a choke point that we could potentially seal off. But let's consider that. Let's back off a bit more distant. Find a place where we can reasonably rest up, with the tents and the hut, and then we can discuss plans. Though Skrapp does have one last thing they want to do before they do that.
Which is?
Learning a trick from Hulla, because it's now been added to the Artificer spell list. I want to cast Locate Object.
Oh, sure, I can teach you that.
Yeah, Skrapp now has access to it, which is great. So what I'm thinking, if I want to cast Locate Object, because I'm looking for a very specific thing in there, and we're within 5 miles, so I should be able to find it, if it's in there.
What is it?
My magnum opus. I'm looking for my blueprints, because there won't be any other thing for Skrapp's blueprint.
Sure enough, you feel a ping somewhere deep within Sunblight. You feel a direction pointing you right there. Your magnum opus is indeed inside Sunblight Fortress.
More reason for us to sneak in.
Yeah, Skrapp's pretty much just going to go, well, that's confirmed that for me, so, regardless of whether you guys are going in, I'm going in.
Okay. And I think on that we can wrap up tonight's session.
Yeah.
And we can always discuss more of this in the chat, in the Discord. Oh yeah, all right. Here we go. Suddenly from the top of the map to the bottom, and we are about to enter into one of the big dungeons of Icewind Dale, Zardarok's fortress. Looking forward to that. That should be a lot of fun. Yeah, see you all then next session. Bye bye
Yep.
for now.
Bye for now.
I